Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony is going to start in 2 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning. Excellencies and distinguished scholars, we welcome you all to the International Conference on Health Development, ICHD 2020. Excellencies and distinguished scholars, the conference is co-hosted and organized by the Faculty of Health Science, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Stikes Yarsi Mataram, Universitas Esa Unggul, Institut Medika Dr. Gigi Suherman, Stikes Sin Carolus, Asosiasi Institusi Pendidikan Tinggi Kesehatan Masyarakat Indonesia or ITKMI, National Cengkung University, Mahidol University, Central Queensland University Australia, and Asian and Pacific Alliance for Nursing Education or APNI. This year, our conference theme is the role of healthcare industry in COVID-19 pandemic and 4.0 era. This conference also live in YouTube. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel, Ficus UPN VJ, and please follow to our social media, Instagram @Ficus UPN VJ. I am Eleonora Solomasi Zebua, or you can call me Ellen. It is a precious opportunity for me to welcome you and be your master of ceremony for this special occasion. We would like to welcome our special guests in today's event, which are the Chancellor of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Dr. Erna Hernawati, the Vice Chancellor of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Dr. Antar Venus, Dr. Prasetyo Hadi, and Dr. Ria Maria Teresa. The Dean of Faculty of Health Science of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Dr. Wahyu Sulistiadi, the Deputy Deans of Faculty of Health Science of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Mr. Taufik Mariusman, Mr. Sugianto, and Madam Putri Permatasari. Also, we would like to welcome and introduce our honorable speakers today. Dr. Sugianto, the Head of Human Resource for Health Education Center of Indonesian Ministry of Health as our keynote speaker. Associate Professor Rebecca Fanani From School of Health, Medical, Applied Science, Central Queensland University, Australia, Associate Professor Chutima Jalayon Deja from Mahidol University, Thailand, Head of Nursing Department Faculty of Health Science of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Nurse Wiwin Winarti, Associate Professor Chin Yit Siu, the Head of Community Nutrition Program, University Putra Malaysia, and Dr. Desak Nyoman Siti, Lecturer at Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. In this opportunity, we would like to extend our gratitude to Kimia Pharma for sponsoring this conference. Also, we will express our gratitude to Ikatan Ilmuwan Indonesia International for supporting our event. Now, allow me to inform you the schedule of this conference. This conference will commence with an opening ceremony by listening to Indonesian National Anthem Indonesia Raya, followed by Mars Bela Negara, and a profile video of Faculty of Health Science Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. After that, I will inform you about the rules of our event. Next, we will hear welcoming speech from the Chairwoman of ICHD and the Chancellor of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. For the main event, there will be a plenary session in this room until noon. After that, oral presentation sessions will be conducted concurrently in separate rooms at 1 p.m. In the end of this conference, we will have a closing ceremony. During the conference, there will be a registration link shared by the committee as a requirement of obtaining a certificate. The first registration link will be closed at 9:15 a.m. Excellencies and distinguished scholars, please sit straight for the national anthem of Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, followed by Mars Bela Negara and profile video of Faculty of Health Science, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta.
Selamat datang di FIKES, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. Kampus dengan sumber daya manusia visioner, tempat mendidik tenaga kesehatan profesional yang beridentitas bela negara.
Dalam sejarahnya, FIKES ini didirikan oleh para pejuang veteran kemerdekaan Indonesia yang mereka berupaya untuk mencerdaskan kehidupan bangsa, untuk melakukan pendidikan di dalam berbagai profesi kesehatan. Dan alhamdulillah pada tahun 1995 sudah mulai berada dalam naungan yayasan. Dan pada tanggal 5 Oktober 2007 maka FIKES di UPN menjadi resmi sebagai fakultas.
Di usia ke-13, FIKES UPN Veteran Jakarta telah membawahi 6 program studi, yaitu program studi S1 Ilmu Keperawatan, program studi Profesi Nurse, program studi S1 Ilmu Kesehatan Masyarakat, Diploma 3 Keperawatan, Diploma 3 Fisioterapi, dan program studi S1 Gizi. Sebagai lembaga pendidikan profesi, para lulusan di FIKES dijamin berkompeten. Sebelum meninggalkan status mahasiswa, atas mereka dilakukan uji kompetensi. Artinya, para lulusan adalah orang-orang yang telah siap berkarir di dunia kerja.
Pendidikan itu diawali dari kurikulum. Dan kurikulum itu harus berbasis kepada kompetensi. Kompetensi itu didapatkan dari dunia usaha, dunia kerja, dan setelah mereka mendapatkan mengabdikan di dalam pelayanan maupun dalam industri. Nah, FIKES itu karena pendidikan profesi itu ada uji kompetensinya. Jadi baik D3 ataupun S1 mereka melalui uji kompetensi. Dan alhamdulillah tingkat kelulusannya hampir dikatakan rata-rata ya di atas 75%. Ya, bahkan ada yang 100%. Ya, ini adalah modal mereka yakin bahwa kependidikan itu mereka ternyata begitu tes akan di dunia kerjanya mereka sudah lulus. Sudah itu maka mereka bisa bekerja di dunia kerjanya masing-masing. Dan ini karena FIKES profesi maka ada kesepakatan di dalam dunia profesi itu pendidikan itu harus menghasilkan tenaga seperti apa. Jadi kita tidak bikin pendidikan sendiri suka-sukanya, nggak bisa. Kesehatan itu adalah pendidikan yang harus ada kesepakatan profesi dari negara, kemudian sampai juga masyarakat, sampai juga profesi sendiri. Dan bila ada perubahan, maka perubahan itu harus diajak juga mereka. Nggak bisa kita setiap program studi atau kampus atau merubah sini, nggak bisa. Kita harus sama-sama duduk bersama. Itulah ada asosiasi profesi dan ada asosiasi pendidikan profesi masing-masing. Itu yang menyebabkan bedanya pendidikan profesi dengan pendidikan non-profesi, terutama khususnya di dalam kesehatan.
Ada satu yang istimewa, sebagai lembaga pendidikan yang punya kekhususan matra, FIKES lebih siap dalam menghadapi bencana. Dengan itu, artinya FIKES ikut berperan serta dalam membela negara melalui pendidikan kesehatan.
Fakultas yang yang seperti itu belum banyak, atau katakanlah hampir tidak ada. Ya, baru di Fikes yang berorientasi untuk kekhususan matra. Salah satu khusus yang matra adalah bagaimana menangani masalah bencana, siap mitigasi, responsif terhadap bencana. Ya. Nah, pada saat seperti ini itu kita semua profesi yang ada di Fikes, yang ada di program studi, karena Fikes itu merupakan pendidikan profesi, tidak ada yang tidak profesi. Ya, semua itu dia bergabung melakukan suatu kegiatan bersama jika ada bencana gempa, bencana tsunami, bencana banjir. Ya, kemudian yang kemarin ini, yang sekarang ini dilakukan adalah bencana terhadap adanya pandemi COVID-19. Dan itu kita coba mahasiswa mulai dari relawan, ya. Kemudian dosen-dosennya juga turun serta, ya. Bagaimana mengkreasikan, bagaimana menulis juga, bagaimana menjadi bagian riset. Jadi apa yang dibuat itu dibuat supaya menjadikan bekal untuk pengetahuan di masa mendatangnya. Jadi tulis, catat, rekam, dan publikasikan. Karena orang akan tahu kita akan unggul dalam kesehatan matra setelah kita mempublikasikan. Jadi kekhususan kesehatan matra harapannya berbedanya, unggulnya di situ kita lebih siap dalam masalah kebencanaan. Ya, mahasiswa ataupun alumni dari Fikes UPN Veteran Jakarta lebih siap dibandingkan dengan yang lain yang mungkin itu belum sebanyak seperti yang dilakukan di kita.
Sivitas Akademika Fikes terus memberikan dorongan kepada tenaga pendidik untuk menulis jurnal dan publikasi ilmiah. Hal itu sejalan dengan Peraturan Rektor Nomor 76 Tahun 2019, di mana disebutkan bahwa beban minimal penelitian dosen mulai dari 3,0 sampai 5,4 SKS sesuai dengan jabatan akademik. Pimpinan Fikes juga melakukan kerjasama dengan LPPM, kerjasama yang berkaitan dengan penyelenggaraan workshop dan penyusunan proposal, baik untuk skema penelitian Simlitapmas maupun skema Rispro.
Dari kegiatan tersebut, hasilnya tahun 2019 terdapat publikasi sesuai dengan laporan PKDK tahun 2019, yakni yang pertama adalah publikasi internasional Triindek, itu ada 4 judul, kemudian publikasi internasional 4 judul, publikasi nasional terakreditasi 6 judul, publikasi nasional 72 judul, jumlah haki 11 haki, kemudian jumlah sitasi 56 judul. Berdasarkan peraturan rektor tentang skep penelitian, maka tahun 2020 dosen Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan memperoleh dana penelitian untuk dana DRPM itu 1 judul, kemudian dana dengan skema internal UPN 29 judul, dan dana dengan skema COVID ada 4 judul.
Semua hasil kerja keras tenaga pendidik dalam menghadirkan karya tulis sebagai buah pikir dan karya intelektual dari keluarga besar Fikes itu didukung sepenuhnya oleh fakultas. Berbagai kebijakan hingga pendanaan diberikan. Tentu kiprah dosen bermuara pada terangkatnya nama baik Fikes dan UPN Veteran Jakarta.
Tentunya dukungan terhadap penelitian dan abdinas ini terkait dengan tupoksi dari bidang 1. Dalam hal ini bidang 2 hanya dalam hal mendukung dalam segi pembiayaannya. Misalnya mendukung akan tersedianya fasilitas sarana dan prasarana tentunya yang bermadai dan berkualitas. Antara lain dalam hal dukungan terhadap pembentukan unit penelitian dan abdimas, pemberian dana penelitian dan abdimas, insentif dalam hal pemberian terhadap penerbitan jurnal, dan pemberian dana bagi dosen yang melibatkan mahasiswa di dalam penelitian dan abdimas.
Tidak sebatas di ruang kuliah, para mahasiswa Fikes juga diarahkan untuk aktif dalam berbagai kegiatan kemahasiswaan.
Pihak Dekanat Fikes UPN Veteran Jakarta menyelenggarakan berbagai kegiatan kemahasiswaan yang bertujuan untuk meningkatkan kemampuan mahasiswa dalam manajemen praktis, berorganisasi, menumbuhkan apresiasi terhadap olahraga dan seni, kepramukaan, bela negara, pecinta alam, jurnalistik, dan bakti sosial yang dilaksanakan oleh para organisasi kemahasiswaan yang ada di lingkungan Fikes UPN Veteran Jakarta.
Dengan semangat kejuangan, bermitra dengan berbagai pemangku kepentingan dan beradaptasi dengan lingkungan kesehatan, Fikes terus merespon perkembangan kesehatan Indonesia. Berbagai kerjasama baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri terus dijalin. Dengan itu, Fikes mencoba untuk terus berupaya menghasilkan tenaga kesehatan profesional dalam meningkatkan derajat kesehatan masyarakat Indonesia. Para pimpinan di tingkat fakultas dan universitas menargetkan lulusan Fikes 100% tepat waktu, 100% lulus uji kompetensi, dan waktu tunggu lulusan untuk memperoleh pekerjaan kurang dari 6 bulan. Selamat datang di Fikes. Mari belajar ilmu kesehatan dan menjadi profesional dengan identitas bela negara.
Bangunlah seluruh bangsa Indonesia, hadapi tantangan dan cobaan. Raihlah cita-cita yang mulia, Indonesia makmur dan sentosa. Walau berbagai suku dan agama, ragam budaya serta golongan, satu untuk semua, semua untuk satu, jaya Indonesia ku tercinta.
Now, I will advise you about the rules of our event. Webinar protocol. This webinar will be taking place from 8 a.m. until 12:10 p.m. Participants are advised in out the microphone on mute. Speakers have 30 minutes to share their presentation. There will be a Q&A session. Participants are encouraged to submit questions through this link, bit.ly/participants-question. The speakers will address your question during Q&A session. Please be informed that this webinar is recorded. Please fill in the registration form through this link, bit.ly/26regis second ICHD 2020. We would like to start this conference with prayer. Let us have time to pray according to our beliefs and religions. Praying, begin. Thank you. For the next agenda, I would like to invite the chairwoman of ICHD, Nurse Seri Hutahean, to deliver the opening remarks. Please welcome Nurse Seri Hutahean.
Thank you, Ellen. The Honorable Dr. Erna Hernawati, the Chancellor of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. The Honorable Dr. Sugianto, the Head of Health Workers Education and Learning Department, Indonesian Ministry of Health. The Honorable Dr. Wahyu Sulistiadi, the Dean of Health Science Faculty of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. The Honorable Mr. Dono Widiatmoko from University of Derby, UK. The Honorable Speakers, Associate Professor Rebecca Fanani from School of Health, Medical and Applied Science, Central Queensland University, Australia. Professor Dr. Chutima Jalayondeza from Mahidol University, Thailand. Nurse Wiwin Winarti, Head of Nursing Department, Faculty of Health Science of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. Associate Professor Chin Yitsu, the Head of Community Nutrition Program, University Putra Malaysia. Dr. Desak Nyoman Siti, Lecturer Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. The Honorable Senate, Deputy Chancellor, Directors for Research, Community Services and Education Department, the Deans, Head of Study Programs, and all of their participants. Good morning. It is my great honor to welcome you this morning on behalf of Faculty of Health Science Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta to our second International Conference on Health Development. I would like to thank God that only by His grace and mercy we can conduct this event virtually. I would like also to thank to the Chancellor of the University, the Dean of the Health Science Faculty, our co-hosts, our sponsors Kimia Pharma, all the associate journals, Atlantis Press, publisher, and our beloved committee. We are truly grateful to you all. It's your support that enables us to put this event together. Now, as I stated at the top of our remark, this is our second international conference on health development with them, the role of healthcare industry in COVID-19 pandemic and 4.0 era. The event is held on 26 to 27 September 2020. It covers the scope of nutrition, nursing, public health, and physiotherapy. Role of the health sector is required to give solution and tackle the health problem in Indonesia, especially during this pandemic. Through the conference, we are pleased to introduce and present multiple concepts and research output to the other academic and layperson in order to take strategic role as the contribution to eliminate the health problem and its health equity. Addressing the theme, today we have invited 5 distinct speakers that will share the key to contribution to the matters. Associate Professor Rebecca Fanani from Central Queensland University, Australia. Professor Dr. Cuti Majalayon Deja from Mahidol University. Neswiwin Winarti, Head of the Nursing Department, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Pembangunan Jakarta. Associate Professor Chin Yitsu, Head of Community Nutrition Program, University Putra Malaysia. And Dr. Desak Nyoman Siti, Lecturer Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. In today's afternoon session and tomorrow we will have oral presentation to disseminate participant research output. All of this to say, ladies and gentlemen, that we are is the extremely talented hands to have successful and enlightening conference. We wish all of us can reap the benefit from this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Nurse Seri, for your wonderful remarks. Now, I would like to invite the Chancellor of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Dr. Erna Hernawati, to deliver the opening remarks and to officially open this conference. Please welcome Dr. Erna Hernawati.
Thank you, Ms. Eleona, as MC. The Honorable Dr. Wahyu Sulistiadi, the Dean of Health Sciences Faculty UPN Veteran Jakarta, the Honorable Dr. Sugianto, SPD, as a Director for Health Working Learning Center, Indonesia Ministry of Health, the Honorable Don Widyat Moko, MSc from University of Derby, UK, the Honorable all distinguished speakers, the Honorable Senate, Deputy Rector, Director for Research, and all of the participants this event. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, we are honored to welcome all of the participants to the second International Conference on Health Development. By first praying our sincere grateful and praise to the Almighty God for all the blessing that have made us able to attend this virtual conference. Dear distinguished guests and speaker and all of the participants, this year Faculty of Health Science organized the second ICHD with a topic on the role of healthcare industry in COVID-19 pandemic and 4.0 era. In my opinion, healthcare, I think healthcare working plays an integral role in the healthcare industry, providing care to patients and filling leadership roles at hospitals, health system, and other organizations. It is demanding profession, I think, that requires a lot of dedication and commitment. The world today facing many health related issues. Indonesia Ministry of Health released 5 health priority issues on National Medium-Term Development Plan. We call RPJMN 2020 and 2024. The 5 issues were maternal mortality rate, MMR, or neonatal mortality rate, stunting maybe, and then tuberculosis, and non-communicable disease, and completed immunization coverage. Ongoing addressing these issues, early this years all the nation were alarmed with the COVID-19 pandemic. High virus disease caused by COVID-2 virus that today affected of people movement and social activities restriction. For the last several months, we wanted to work, school, and pray inevitability at home. However, this condition didn't detain our annual conference agenda. Highest appreciation to the Dean of Faculty Science and the community to sprightly reorganize this conference by virtually. Noticing that the world moves inevitably toward 4.0 era marked by the use of Internet of Things. This pandemic accelerated the movement. In accordance with our vision and mission, UPN Veteran Jakarta, that support all of the research cycle activities. This international conference is one among many efforts to achieve it. This event is the opportunity to share ideas and experiences and to discuss evolving health-related issues, which we definitely expect to give contribution on improving health practices. We would also like extend our gratitude to all speakers, Associate Professor Rebecca Vanani, PhD from Central Queensland University, Australia, Professor Dr. Kutima Jala Yondeja from Mahidol University, Associate Professor Chinjit Chiu from University Putra Malaysia, and our host speaker, Ibu Desak Nyoman Siti, PhD, and Nurse Vivian Winarti. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, on behalf of University Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, I would like to thank to all the participants and to all the parties who involved on the event, on this event, and to all, I wish you fruitfully and pleasurable conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Hernawati, for your wonderful remarks.
You're welcome.
Now, we will have a photo session. The committee will be responsible to take several screenshots. We would like to ask the Chancellor, Vice Chancellors, Dean, Deputy Deans, distinguished scholars, and all participants to turn the camera on. Committee, can we start now? Okay, we start from the first slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Five slide, please. Next slide, please. Seven slide, please. Eight slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And finally, the last slide, please. Okay, thank you. Our next agenda is the keynote speech. The keynote speech will be delivered by Head of Human Resource for Health Education Center of Indonesian Ministry of Health, Dr. Sugianto. He was born at Kulon Progo in 1966. He was graduated from doctorate program in Medical and Health Science di Ponegoro University, Semarang in 2019. Previously, he worked as the director of Semarang Ministry of Health Polytechnic for 2 periods. Excellencies and distinguished scholars, please welcome Dr. Sugianto.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and greetings. It is my privilege to address you, Rector of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Dean of Health Sciences Faculty, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, faculty members of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, all speakers and participants to this webinar. First of all, I want to give my gratitude and appreciation to Rector of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta for organizing this webinar. Before we begin, let me praise Allah SWT, the Almighty God, for all the grace and guidance that has been lavished upon us. Only with His blessings we can gather here in good health so that we can get together on this international conference. Let me share the PPT. Since the early days of 2020, the world has seen a series of incredible paradigm shifts in approximately every aspect of life, from huge increases in demand in some industries to total loss of demand in others. The world and the different generations are getting used to working and learning from home or managing to deliver products or business remotely. This huge radical shift shows that the future will be different, and we need to prepare ourselves to another different era that needs a new paradigm and most importantly, different competency. I acknowledge that current challenges related to COVID-19 pandemic need a strongly coordinated national response. As we encounter problems, health workers have a big role in providing health services for COVID patients. Health workers' professionalism and competence are much needed and increasing intensity in healthcare. Strategies need to be done, preparing adequate amount of personal protective equipment, providing financial and non-financial incentive as a form of appreciation for health workers, and following health protocol to stop the spread of coronavirus. You can see situation COVID-19 in Indonesia. Confirmed case more than 262,000. The death more than 10,000. And recover is more than 191,000. The role of university toward a healthy Indonesia with the approach of prevention, education, and health promotion. The implementation of a health promoting university is also needed not only to prevent non-communicable, but also infectious disease, as is currently affecting almost all countries in the world, COVID-19. It turns out that healthy living habits are also things that can protect individuals and can prevent contracting the disease. The health promoting university movement needs to be implemented and encouraged to help the university community stay healthy, as well as help to the local government to control the pandemic. Communities in higher education institutions, which include students, lecturers, and university staff, can be empowered for various activities in pandemic control. The three Dharma perguruan tinggi, which allow educators to carry out their daily activities, can be used to disseminate accurately information by involving students. In addition, higher education institutions that have departments, faculties, or study programs of medicine or health can have more various activities. This is the role of university in COVID-19 pandemic. University as a health promoting university can help to prevent and health promotion approach by involving students and university staff. It will help the campus community and surrounding community stay healthy as well as helping the government control the pandemic. There are 5 areas the effort of scientific community to tackle the corona pandemic in Indonesia. This one is preventive or prevention programs related to the use of biological diversity, such as research on the potential use of medicinal plants or herbal medicine, vaccine development, production of personal protective equipment to public education. The second, screening and diagnostic. This program is related to the development of rapid tests, RT-PCR test kits, and mobile laboratory ESR2. Supporting equipment is programs to encourage the development of related technologies, such as the development of ventilators, drug delivery robots, and so on. And therapy and medicine is an important program in the development of therapy and treatment for COVID-19. Among them are supporting research such as the benefit of quinine pills, the development of plasma convalescence to mesenchymal stem cell, and the social and humanity, including responding to the response of the community in responding to the COVID-19 issues, the government's preparedness for the pandemic, and the impact of the employment. The Government Research Consortium has launched 9 products, including ventilators, a type of PCR test and rapid antibody testing kits, in an effort to overcome the shortage of critical medical equipment in Indonesia's fight against COVID-19. The 9 inventions were the result of consortium formed on March by the Research and Technology Ministry and the National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN, to develop innovation to fight the outbreaks. The programs involve universities, government research agencies, and local industries, both private and state-owned, including defense firms such as state-owned arms manufacturer, PT Pindad. The COVID-19 pandemic has sparked positive energy in the implementation of the 3 drama program tinggi. Not only a revolution in the field of learning and community service to prevent spreading of the virus through health promoting university, but also in conducting research. During this pandemic, in a short time, universities were able to develop research and produce various prototypes of innovations, especially innovation in equipment in the health sector that were needed to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Sugianto, for the speech. Please give a round of virtual applause to Dr. Sugianto. Next, we will begin the plenary session. This session will be led by a moderator. Our first moderator for this session is the head of Public Health Department of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Mr. Arga Buntara. He was graduated as Master of Public Health from the University of Sydney, Australia. Now, he is working as a lecturer at the Public Health Department of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta and supervisor of the Indonesian Red Cross student activity at Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. He has published several journal articles. His latest publication is analysis of factors related to complaints of hand-arm vibration syndrome in workers at PT Multibangun Aditama Konstruksi in 2019. Excellencies and distinguished scholars, please welcome Mr. Arga Buntara.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zebua, for presenting me. Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Excellencies and esteemed participants. Please allow me to introduce myself. Once again, my name is Arga Buntara. I am so delighted to welcome you to this plenary session as part of the International Conference on Health Development. It is my honor to be your moderator for this panel. This plenary session will be divided into 3 different mini sessions. In the first and second mini session, our outstanding speakers will be delivering their presentations. The last mini session will be a question and answer mini session. During this mini session, both speakers will be answering your questions. Before we begin, please allow me to inform you the guidelines for the plenary session. First, please turn your camera on. Second, you should mute your microphone during the presentation and discussion. Third, the language spoken in this panel is English. Fourth, each speaker will deliver the presentation for approximately 25 minutes. And for the question and answer mini session, please fill in the link which is provided by the committee and ask your questions. However, I should remind you that every participant is only allowed to ask only one question. I repeat, it is only one question per person. I hope these guidelines will help us to stay focused on and enjoy the presentation. Now, we shall begin our first mini session. Our first speaker is Associate Professor Rebecca Fanani. Associate Professor Rebecca Fanani is from the School of Health, Medical and Applied Sciences, Central Queensland University in Australia. Regarding her educational background, she was graduated from the University of Minnesota for her bachelor degree in 1987. Then, she attained her master's degree from the same university 2 years later. And finally, she completed her PhD at the University of Tasmania in 1998. In the last 15 years, Associate Professor Rebecca Fanani participated in numerous professional development projects, had vast experiences in health and cultural research. She published several books, including The Elderly Must Endure in 2019 and Health as a Social Experience in 2012. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I present you Associate Professor Rebecca Fanani.
Thank you for that very nice introduction, and thank you all for attending. It's very, very gratifying to me that everyone is here and is interested in what I have to say. I have to apologize, though, because I'm in Melbourne and we are locked down because of the coronavirus. So I'll have to do the best I can and hope the internet holds up and the picture holds up and everything is all right. In any case, let me share my screen with you and I will show you the PowerPoint. Okay, I'm hoping everyone can see, and I'm in a situation where I can't control this. All right, well, I'm going to leave it like this so that at the very least you can see it. My computer isn't working very well. In any case, we understand that the main health issue facing everyone today is the issue of the coronavirus. But in this context, we need to think about adaptation of the healthcare system. We need to think about how we're going to deal with various kinds of public health issues, issues relating to treatment in the medical context, issues relating to policy in the policy environment. And what I'd like to talk to you about today is how we can sort of think about this in terms of our adaptation, but also in what we might learn from the past. And probably some of you are aware of the English expression, the more things change, the more they stay the same. And of course, what that means is that things change, the details are different, but there are constants that seem to be part of human experience. And we can certainly sort of apply this to the coronavirus situation and see what we can perhaps learn based on what we've experienced in the past. Now, in the last half of the 20th century, so more or less the period since the end of World War II, or in your case, since Indonesia's independence, leading up to the present time. So the second half of the 20th century, the beginning of the 21st century, were periods of incredible progress in the fields of medicine and health. Now, we're all aware of this because we're in a health field, but we know that this is when antibiotics became available. It's when immunization began to be a major part of public health and medicine. And it's when we developed effective treatments for a large number of diseases that really had not been treatable before that time. During this same period, we had enormous technological advancement. This allowed for progress to be made in surgery, in materials, in other aspects of medicine, including in the pharmaceutical sector. Now, one impact of all of this was to create a shift in the burden of disease. And we all know that term burden of disease, that relates to the major conditions, the major problems that affect people at any given time. Now, as the burden of disease began to change, what we began to see was that certain infectious conditions were decreasing, in particular those ones that we could immunize against. So certainly we're all aware that this was a period where things like measles began to be much less common. Diseases like polio eventually became part of history. Other kinds of things became less of a concern, things like strep throat, ear infections and whatnot, because we could treat them with antibiotics. But at the same time, we began to pay more attention to chronic disease. And we began to realize that as infectious disease decreased, chronic disease seemed to increase. Now, there were a number of factors that contributed to this, one of which was increased life expectancy. And we know if people are living longer, they have more time to build up to a chronic disease. And of course, most chronic disease occurs in older ages. So as life expectancy increased and populations began to age, of course, chronic disease began to become more prevalent. At the same time, members of the public, and this includes us as health professionals, I will say, we have generally come to feel that medicine has the power to rid us of all disease. And certainly thinking about the coronavirus in particular, many people and many governments have gone into this experience with the underlying assumption that people should never be sick. Disease is a bad thing, and that somehow we can eliminate it from human experience. Now, it is the case in our modern society, in the day and age in which we live, that many younger people have never had a serious illness. This is good. I'm not saying that, they should have, but they have never been really ill. And because of that, their perception of health and illness has been shaped by this fact. Now, many older people also have a feeling that diseases that used to be common have been eliminated. And if I think about myself, I'm quite old, as you well know. When I was a child, there was a lot of health promotion, a lot of information about the infectious diseases of childhood because they were still quite common. Immunization was common as well, but it was not as widespread as it came to be later. So many people of my age and even older have an idea that diseases that used to bother people have largely been wiped out. Now, on top of this, the training that we give to health professionals no longer emphasizes infection control. Our health professionals are taught to rely on pharmaceutical solutions to illness. The underlying implication here is that medicine can effectively treat all disease. Now, you know that I come from Central Queensland University, and my job there is to run the Master of Public Health program. And as a result of that, I have a large number of students whose prior background is in nursing. I've got medical doctors, I've got dentists, I've got biomedical scientists, all different kinds of things. And they all have this idea. They all believe that on the one hand, medicine should be able to effectively treat all disease, but on the other hand, they don't have the practical skills that students of their background had 30 years ago, 40 years ago, and so forth. Now, this is an important factor in thinking about how we are going to adapt to the current situation and what we might experience further in the future. Now, there's no doubt that technological developments, things like computer-assisted techniques, AI, artificial intelligence, telehealth, the existence of new materials, and things of that kind, as well as pharmaceutical breakthroughs, things like antibiotics, vaccines, antidepressants, chemotherapy, the ability to supplement human enzymes and so forth, did change the nature of medicine. And healthcare is now very different than what it was in the past, and we can do things that were not even imagined 20 years ago, 30 years ago, whatever it is. But there are side effects of reliance on these approaches, and perhaps we didn't consider them carefully enough when we move to wide-scale usage of all of this new technology. Now, we need to remember, human beings are part of nature. We are different than other animals, other species, but we are nonetheless part of the same system. And because we are part of nature, we're subject to the same forces as all other living organisms. Now, this includes our relationship with microorganisms. And we know that when we think about microorganisms, viruses, bacteria, whatever it might be, some of them cause human disease. Now, as we've seen only too clearly with COVID-19, new human diseases can appear anytime. There's no warning. We don't know what's going on in the microbial environment. One day, a new disease can simply appear. We have also seen that existing technology and all of this development in the area of healthcare that we've been talking about is not automatically going to be effective for new diseases. We don't know. Perhaps it will be, perhaps it won't be. We simply cannot predict. Now, thinking specifically about what happened as part of the COVID-19 pandemic, we see that governments and public health agencies around the world, whether that's Australia, Indonesia, where many of you are, or someplace else, everyone was taken by surprise at the speed at which COVID-19 spread around the world and began to infect people. The disease was new. It seemed to be different than known coronaviruses. Now, of course, what we were all afraid of was that the disease might be extremely severe. It might have a high case fatality rate. It might cause a high level of disability, like SARS that we experienced about 10 years ago, or MERS, the Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome that we've also had some experience with. Those two are also coronaviruses. But there are other coronaviruses that cause ordinary colds, and they are highly infectious. So of course, everybody was worried maybe this would be, on the one hand, as serious as SARS, but on the other hand, as contagious as an ordinary cold. Now, At the time, there were some people who suggested perhaps influenza might be a good example, and it might give us an idea of how to better manage the coronavirus illness. However, management of influenza largely relies on vaccination. It hasn't always, but it certainly does today. Now, this is exactly the situation that occurred in Australia and other Western countries. Nothing really is done to address yearly influenza outbreaks except to try to encourage at-risk groups to be vaccinated. Do we know who the at-risk groups are for influenza? Yes, of course we do. They're the same ones who are at risk for other kinds of respiratory disease, and they are older people, people with underlying conditions, people who have situations where their immune system is suppressed and so forth. However, the traditional means of infection control, even very basic ones, have generally been seen as being outdated or unnecessary. There has largely been a view that vaccination is all we need, and even today, as we speak in Australia, they are constantly talking about whether a vaccine might become available for the coronavirus, and that might be a way of addressing the COVID-19 situation. Now, again, coming back to Australia as an example, the healthcare system here was absolutely unprepared for a large number of infectious patients, some of whom at least needed to be isolated. Personal protective equipment, masks, and so forth was not available and was in short supply. Healthcare personnel were certainly not familiar with infection control procedures. This doesn't come up very much in Australia. We don't have a high level of infectious disease. So while we've got facilities, they're rather small, and nursing programs, medical programs, things of that kind do not put a high level of emphasis on infection control. And we also found out that our medical staff were not accustomed to non-pharmaceutical approaches to infectious disease. They were used to dealing with things that could be treated with antibiotics, antivirals, and they did not have alternate methods, or they did not have the knowledge of what used to be done in the past before these treatments were available. Now, the results of this that we can see all over Australia, and you might be familiar with as well, are panic. Everyone has been panicking. Oddly enough, not so much the public, but the medical profession, the people who are in charge of hospitals, the health department, the government at various levels. We have also seen widespread overreaction. Why in Victoria today, even as I speak to you, are we all locked down? Well, it's a massive overreaction. We know that everyone is not at the same risk. We also know that certain situations are perhaps more hazardous than others, and this could be addressed. However, that is not the case. We're allowed out for 2 hours a day. We have a curfew. We're not allowed out at night. All the stores are closed, and that's our situation. And we have been like this for 9 weeks. We also experienced inaccurate risk assessment. That is, the people who were supposed to be thinking about what groups might be most at risk for COVID-19 decided that it was everybody. Well, we now know that that is not the case. Everyone is not at the same level of risk, and we have a pretty good idea what the actual risk factors are. Not surprisingly, this led to confusion, fear, and unhappiness among the public. That led to an increase in mental health problems, domestic violence, eating disorders, drug abuse, and many other kinds of problems that have social factors. And at the level of government, priorities and policy has been confused. They have changed constantly, and it is completely unclear what the aim of government actually is. Now, if you're interested in this, this is something we could talk about or you could read about, but it's sort of outside the scope of this presentation. Nonetheless, it is an interesting thing, and I'll draw your attention to it. Now, all of this, as you might imagine, suggests enormous challenges for the healthcare system. And there is no question that we now have to think about adaptation. We have to think about how healthcare systems can be made more responsive, how they can be better prepared for situations like the current pandemic that will undoubtedly occur in the future. Now, we know that healthcare systems as they are today have been shaped by what we have believed to be the case in the third epidemiological transition. Now, some of you are probably familiar with that term. Epidemiological transition simply refers to a situation where there's a shift from one type of illness being prevalent to another. And the third epidemiological transition involved a stabilization of mortality rates, so fewer people dying of various causes at various ages, and the predominance of so-called lifestyle diseases. Those are the chronic diseases that were thought at one time to be mostly affected by diet, smoking, lack of exercise, and so forth. And into that category goes diabetes, cardiovascular disease, various kinds of hypertensive disease, and so forth. And these, it has been thought, would be the main contributors to morbidity and mortality. Now, every day, as we learn more about genetics, we learn more about the epigenetic environment, we learn more about the nature of risk, we find that this was perhaps a simplification of the real situation. Nonetheless, it is a view that has predominated the way the healthcare system is structured. But it is now apparent, and I think it cannot be denied any further, that we are experiencing a return to an era of infectious disease. So in other words, we need to understand and we need to accept that the microorganisms that cause human illness evolve much faster than any species like human beings. They are microspecies, we are a macro species, and hence we evolve on a much slower time scale. And our technological capacity to address this is extremely limited. For example, there have been no new classes of antibiotics discovered since the 1980s. There simply isn't anything new. And we all know that many of the microorganisms that are most important are now resistant to the major categories of antibiotics. It was interesting, I heard in one of the addresses earlier today that one of Indonesia's new priorities is tuberculosis. Why? Why do we need to focus on a disease that was extremely important 100 years ago and we believe to be under control? Well, the reason is because tuberculosis has become resistant to most of the antibiotics we have to treat it. So we need to think about it in that context and find a new approach. We also need to remember we've been able to eliminate smallpox, but none of the other infectious diseases that have shaped our history, even though huge amounts of money have been spent on eradication. Malaria, it's been going on for decades. We have not been able to eradicate it. Polio, the same problem. We have an effective vaccine, but we cannot wipe out the disease. Why? Well, you know, microorganisms operate in a different way than we do. You will also be aware that we do not have effective treatments for any viral disease, although we do have drugs that can ease the symptoms. We cannot cure them. Sometimes we can make them less of a problem. Now, we have some other issues that are also challenges. The human population is much bigger now than it is at any other time in history, and it is still growing. So societies around the world, and Indonesia is one of these, Australia is one of these, have large numbers of older people who are living longer with multiple chronic conditions. People in this position are much more susceptible to diseases like COVID-19, and there is nothing much we can do about it. It is simply an aspect of their health. We also know that people of all ages, including younger people, may be less healthy than earlier generations because of environmental exposures, what their living environment is like, as well as the ability of the medical field to keep people alive who perhaps in another era might have died. Now, I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. It isn't, but it simply changes the nature of the risk profile. It means that the societies that are being affected by disease are different. than they were in the past. This brings up unanswered moral questions that really have to be decided by every society, but there are also practical issues that are highlighted by this situation. What this means is that healthcare systems around the world must adapt. Now, it turns out COVID-19 is much less serious than was initially feared, and it does behave the way we expect for an epidemic respiratory illness. We need to think, though, and we need to think from today, that the new disease that comes next may be different. We cannot predict what it will be, but we know with absolute certainty that there will be other new diseases in our future. The 1918 influenza pandemic is often discussed as an example that has relevance for the current situation. There are many lessons we can learn from this. It's a century ago. We've had plenty of time to understand what happened and what the aftermath was. However, we should be able to see that we are going to need to adapt, and it is going to be a large adaptation. We need to be aware, whether we are government, whether we are healthcare administrators, whether we are members of the medical profession, or whether we are members of the public health sector. We need to think about these things, and we need to be understanding of the fact that we need to change. We need to change in a very specific way, a way that takes us back to the lessons of 100 years ago that have largely been forgotten. These include contact tracing. This is a basic activity of the public health profession. It has largely dropped out of the public health curriculum in recent decades because of the perception that infectious disease is no longer a significant problem. When I was doing a master's degree in public health a long, long time ago, AIDS was a new disease. And we thought a lot about contact tracing. We thought a lot about ways we could find out who might have been exposed. That's no longer taught. I don't teach it. It's not part of the Master of Public Health program that I run, but it should be, and we've got to put it back into the curriculum. A similar issue is the way in which isolation measures can be used. Many hospitals around the world don't have facilities to isolate large numbers of people anymore. It is assumed that they will not have to deal with large numbers of people who are infectious. Focus has become on treatment, and we rarely think about what we will do if no treatment is available. This is a very important return to a lesson of the past, one that we can see by considering the history of medicine and the history of public health. Training is another area. Education and training in the health fields, and I include my own in this, has moved away from infection control. Medicine tends to focus on drug treatments. There is much less of an emphasis on non-pharmaceutical measures for disease management, and a lot of these things are no longer thought about. We need to make sure that our students in the healthcare environment, as part of their early training, learn how to deal with things when no specific treatment is available. Another issue is risk assessment. We know a lot about historical disease from historical experience. We need to think about this experience with infectious disease and use it to tell us which groups are at risk. We then need to develop disease management protocols that reflect this. We do not want to overreact the way that Australia has and assume that everyone is at the same level of risk, and then we overreact in a way that's bad for everybody. We also need to think about moral and ethical issues. Now, these are not discussed anywhere near as often as they should be. We have to be able to understand that disease and death cannot be avoided. We will always have some level of disease, and there will always be people who die. That means we need to reach some kind of consensus about what is an acceptable balance of risk. The reason is economic considerations. Economic considerations have largely been overlooked in our approach to COVID-19. Healthcare has costs. It has to be paid for, either by individuals or by government. The cost profiles for hospitals and other healthcare facilities will be different, depending on whether they are focusing on infectious disease or chronic disease. We also need to think about the economic implications that relate to people's livelihood, and we need to understand that there are real implications for real people depending on what we do. And we also need to think about public sentiment. How does the public feel about disease? These perceptions affect how they use healthcare, how satisfied they are with that healthcare, whether the outcomes are good and bad. The public, and we as healthcare personnel are all part of that public. Government policymakers are also part of that public. Everyone needs to understand that infectious disease is a reality today. As much technology as we've got, as far forward as we have come, this is still a part of human experience that goes all the way back to the earliest days of history. And people need to be aware that the public can change its behavior. It can tolerate restrictions up to a point. But beyond that, it is simply too much. And the trade-off, the cost-benefit analysis, becomes unbearable. And so when we think about curbing infectious disease, we need to think about that as well. What we need to learn from the past then is that infectious disease will always be with us. The coronavirus is a new disease, but it is not a unique experience. There will be other new diseases in the future, and we need to be able to live with them. The healthcare system must be able to deal with epidemics, not just chronic conditions. This means changing policy, it means changing operating practice, and most important, it means changing the training that we give to people who are going to move into the health professions. We also need to balance technology with more traditional approaches to healthcare. It's up to us to make sure that health professionals coming into the field in the future have the traditional skills of their field as well as a mastery of new technology. And finally, we've got to have much more realistic expectations for the health of individuals as well as the health of society. Now, I am going to end there. I will thank you all for attending. I know that there was a lot of information in that presentation. You can see what my views on it are. I hope it was interesting for you. If you have questions outside of this conference or you would like to contact me at any time, you can see my complete contact information on the final slide here, and undoubtedly the conference organizers have it as well. So I will end there, and we can move on to the next part of the conference. So thank you again for paying attention, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity to talk to you today. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Please give a round of virtual applause for Associate Professor Rebecca Fanani. Okay. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there are several important points we can take from this topic. As the human civilization progresses, we face new health issues and challenges over time. The current COVID-19 pandemic keeps reminding us that new diseases could emerge at any time in any country. We learn from the past histories when we face previous pandemics and global health issues. The healthcare system should adapt with advanced technologies and ensure required trainings for health workers and professionals in facing pandemics without overlooking public sentiment, moral, and ethics issues. Move along to our next session. Our second speaker is the current chair of Diploma Postgraduate in Clinical Physical Therapy of Faculty of Physical Therapy, Mahidol University in Thailand. She was graduated as Bachelor of Science, majoring in Physiotherapy from Mahidol University in 1996. She continued her master's degree in the same university 3 years later. And she attained her Doctor of Public Health degree from Mahidol University in 2010. She has published many journal articles focusing on epidemiology, physical activity, stroke, and functional outcome measures. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Professor Chutima Chalanteja.
Okay, good morning. Oh, okay. Good morning. Can you hear me? It's
Yes.
clear? Okay.
Yes, clear.
Okay. Thank you
Time
very
is
much
yours.
for, okay. Thank you very much for all of you. Thank you very much for inviting me to share my knowledge and my experience today. Okay, let me start and I share my slides. Okay, can you see my slide now? Okay, let me make it more bigger. Okay, can you see my slide now?
Yes, it's
Okay.
already seen. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Okay, thank you very much again, okay, for inviting me to share my knowledge and my experience today. Okay, based on your topic about the role and the role of healthcare industry in COVID-19 pandemic and the fourth industrial revolution era. Okay, I as a PT, and then I encourage our healthcare personnel to consider about the risk factor of NCD, particularly the physical activity that might interesting. Okay, that why because of and I suggest all of our healthcare personnel to promote physical activity and reducing sedentary during the COVID-19 pandemic and during this the industrial era. Okay, and I think I have 30 minutes for convince you or give you a rationale that why I suggest to promote physical activity and reducing sedentary behavior. This is a risk factor for the NCD. Okay, and I would like to reduce the number of NCD case and NCD deaths because of as you know now recently now we have many evidence to show about the COVID-19 and NCD. They are close connected and they are act synergistically on the morbidity and mortality in the global populations. And they also have an evidence that the COVID-19 and the NCD, they form a dangerous relationship that we call in term like syndemic. This is term in the epidemiologies. The syndemic that is a threat to our life. The syndemic is mean that two of COVID-19 and the NCD, they are work together in the biological interaction with the exacerbate and the progress of the burden of the disease that more threatened to our life. And then the Lancet Global Health, they report that among 5% that who had underlying NCD, 1% are at increased the risk of the severe COVID-19. So that means people with the NCD are more vulnerable to severe the COVID-19 and death compared to those who did not have the NCD. Now you know that the COVID-19 and the NCD, that they are working, they are closely connected and form like a dangerous relationship that threaten to our life. That's why because of the COVID-19 and the NCD, they share a common set of the risk factor, particularly the social factor. Social, even the COVID-19 is a communicable disease or the infectious disease, and then NCD is a non-communicable disease. They are very different, distinguished in terms of the transmittability and the chronicities, but they are shared the common set of the risk factor, particularly in the social factor that as Professor Rebecca that already mentioned before. Okay, and among the risk factor that they share, one of the risk factor is physical inactivity. That I think this factor is a behavioral risk factor that can be preventable, and everyone can reduce this risk, and then they can reduce the risk of the NCD and reduce the risk of the COVID-19. Okay, based on many right now many countries they use the mitigation strategies and action to control and prevent the widespread of the COVID-19. They require their people to practice the social distancing or physical distancing, or they require their people to undergoing self-quarantine and self-isolation. Many countries or city, they lock down, they don't allow the people to go outside, and then they ask the people to keep at least 2 meter distance from the other and do not gather in the group and stay at home, stay safe at home, do not stay in the crowded place. And then they close all facility, including the recreation center, national park, playground, and then fitness centers. And the school and job change. The student do not go to the school, not allowed to go to school. Worker do not go to work at the office. So they change their lifestyle. They change their work by online. They work at home, sitting in front of the computer and work through online. Or the student, they study through online. This is the mitigation strategy and action that many countries use to control, prevent the widespread of the COVID-19. And what is this strategy impact to our lifestyle? Our behavior will change and impact to our physical activity routinely. And based on the recommendation for health, we will reduce the risk of the morbidity and mortalities for all cause of morbidity and mortality. They recommend the adults and older people to perform physical activity at least 150 minutes per week, moderate intensity of aerobic physical activity. Or you can do the 75 minutes per week of vigorous intensity of aerobic physical activity. And they also recommend to walk more than 10,000 steps per day in healthy adult and walk at least 7,000 steps per day for older adult. These can improve and maintain the cardiorespiratory and musculoskeletal fitness. Based on these recommendations, but during the COVID-19, what is impact to our lifestyle, our physical activity, our exercise in routinely? Okay, this is one example from Canada. They show the survey by online. They use the online survey to survey the physical activity, behavior, and well-being in Canadian people. They found that the reduced physical activity, reduce the number of the person who could perform a sufficient physical activity, including those who are classified in the active and those who classify in inactive. They found that among inactive persons, they change the behavior, they change in physical activity, they change less physical activities more than 40% among inactive people. And among active people also change to less physical activities more than 20%. This number is, we found that the reduced physical activity during the COVID-19. And then this study, they show the result of the low, not only low physical fitness, not only low physical activities, but they found that the low physical, low mental health well-being among those who are in active population. Because of during the COVID-19 pandemic, many people have to do the social isolation or the social distancing. Because of the social distancing and social isolation, and then they combine with the other factors, such as that they feel like they're insecure with their job, they feel like financial uncertainty, and maybe they have job loss, and they feel about the income in the family and how to take care of their children, their family. These combined with the strategy that the many countries use to prevent and control the COVID-19. And this also impact both physical and mental well-being. And they found that the association between the anxiety level and the level of physical activity performance in both active and inactive population. Same as in our country, in Thailand. This is a survey from Thailand Physical Activity Knowledge Development Center. Compare the sufficient percentage of sufficient physical activity before the COVID-19 here, and then during the COVID-19 on March to May 2020. They found that in Thai people, the sufficient physical activity level, or the percentage, is decreased 15 to 20%. And then among the people who are exercise regularly, the physical activity will decrease 10%. And more than 40% of the workers, they are work at home. They sit in front of the computer, work through online for the whole day. And also many people report that increase the screen time, screen time for leisure activity from 3 hours per day that we report in 2019 to more than 4 hours per day in 2020 during the COVID-19. And this is the result from that survey that they show the screen behavior for the leisure activity in Thai people in the COVID-19 pandemic for the all age group, in children 5 to 17 years, in the teenagers 18 to 24 years, and in the worker adult 25 to 59 years, and in the elderly more than 60 years old. They found that all age group compare the screen behavior time before the COVID-19 and the COVID-19 during April to May in 2020, found that the hours increased and the maximum hours is increased from 3 hours per day, the screen times in 3 hours per day before COVID, increased to 4 hours per day during the COVID-19. And the maximum time, the maximum screen time, it's up to almost 20 hours per day. That's very, very high. Okay, they use the computer, they use the tablet or the TV for the leisure activity, very up high, more take almost the whole day to look at on the screen time. That is the effects. That is the impact from the COVID-19. But right now we move to the technology. We are living in the eras of the industrial era, and we have the high and modern technology, and we think about that these technology and the occupation, the job that tend to discourage our activity. That's why, because of right now, the technologies reduce our energy need for all activity in the daily living. We have the SkyTrain, we have a smartphone, we have the internet, we can communicate to all other, like we do right now. We can organize the conference without to go anywhere. We just sit at home and listen, and then talking and meet each other. This technology help us to reduce the energy need for activity daily living. And also the job and occupation. The economic incentive will pay more for those who work in the sedentary lifestyle more than those who work in the active. Look at this study. They review 50 years change of the occupation. They found that in the last 50 years, the type of the job changed from the production job and agricultural job to the service job, like working with the information, working with the business, like professional work. They change from the agricultural work and production in the factory work to the service job. And this change of the occupation correspond to the energy expenditures. They found that the increase of the service job, so increase of the number of the percentage of the sedentary or physical inactivities. that they found that now we use less energies. We did not need the energy much for working. Among the office worker and the computer worker, many reports show that they sitting at work more than 70% of their working period. The average is more than 8 hours per day for working in the computers or working in the office. And then they sit for a long period of time, continuing more than 30 minutes per session, and sometimes it's more than 60 minutes per session. And comparing with the occupation, they found that the professional work sit longer than the white collar worker, and then the white collar worker sit longer than the blue collar worker. And the evidence show that if you watching the screen, watching the TV, tablet, or the computer, and you typing, or you use the computer or typing, this activity you spend less of energy, less than 1.5 minutes. That means you are in the you have a sedentary behavior. So the sedentary behavior associated with the obesity indicator, like is increase of the body mass index, so increase of the waist height ratio and waist hip ratio, and also increase the waist to height ratio, and increase the percentage of the body fat. And this is my studies. I'm surveyed by using the online survey in the computer worker. And I found that among more than 1,000 computer workers, they have many underlying disease. 405 workers, they have underlying disease, including the coronary cerebrovascular disease, DM, and the chronic respiratory disease, and then cancer. And then they also have the cardiometabolic risk factor, including the hypertension and hyperlipidemia. And we found that a high percentage of them among them is hyperlipidemia. And we also determine the association among these NCD and the cardiometabolic risk factors and the time of the sedentary behavior. We found that they have the average sedentary behavior approximately 11 hours per day, that accounting for working 8 hours, and transportation for 1 hour, and leisure activity for 2 hours. And based on our study, we found that for those who use the computer or tablet in the leisure activity are at least 2 times at risk of the NCD and the cardiometabolic risk factors. Why? Why the sitting for a long period of time increase the cardiometabolic risk factor and increase the risk of the NCD? Based on this study, even this study done in mouse, but we can adapt this result to the humans. Okay, in this study, they measure the lipoprotein lipase, that is a hormone that the hormone for the hormone that is related to accumulation of lipid in your bloodstream. They classify the mice into 2 groups. One group is allow them to walk, and another group they hanging the limb unload, like sitting for 10 hours. And they found that the activity of the lipoprotein lipase is decreased comparing to the ambulatory control. And then after that, they found the significance of the lipoprotein activity in the high limb unload group for 10 hours. And then after that, they pause the high limb unload and back to walk again. The lipoprotein lipase will be activated again. And then they calculate the half-life of the lipoprotein lipase in the soleus and the quadriceps muscle. They found that the half-life of the lipoprotein lipase activity equal to 2 hours. This study shows us that if you sit for a long period of time, do not load on your leg, or do not walk, okay, for 10 hours per day. So your enzyme, your lipoprotein lipase will reduce, the activity will decrease. That can cause of accumulation of the lipid in your bloodstream. But if you back to walk, suddenly back to walk, the lipoprotein lipase will be back to active again. Okay, this study we can adapt and use to explain in the human that why if you sit for a long period of time will cause of the increase of the cardiometabolic risk factor, including the lipidemias and also the increase the risk of the NCD. Okay. Right now, I'm showing you about the video of my study that developed by the Thai Health Promotion Foundation about to educate our Thai people to consider about the prolonged sitting in the office worker. Okay, I hope that my video will work through the internet and you can see the video. Okay. Let I start video. Okay.
สถานการณ์เป็นไงบ้างจ่าแบงค์นี่ครับฆาตกรถือเก้าอี้เคยก่อคดีต่อเนื่องมานับไม่ถ้วนครับเก้าอี้นะฆาตกรต่อเนื่องนี่มันหนังอะไรกันเนี่ยเอาละไอ้ฆาตกรเก้าอี้ยอมมอบตัวซะก่อนที่จะโดนชั่งกิโลขายมันไม่ฟังเราเลยครับผู้กองใครมันจะคุยกับเก้าอี้รู้เรื่องฮะหนูค่ะหนูทำงานที่นี่มาตลอด10 ปีหนูเห็นเหตุการณ์แบบนี้มาเยอะแล้วเก้าอี้ทุกตัวไม่ว่าจะเป็นแบบไหนมันจะหลอกล่อให้คุณนั่งจนสบายใจพอคุณชะล่าใจนั่งติดต่อกันเป็นเวลานานเก้าอี้มันก็จะกลายเป็นฆาตกรที่คอยทำร้ายคุณโดยที่คุณไม่ทันรู้ตัวเราจะต้องทำยังไงอะให้หนูลองได้ไหมคะเอ้านี่คือวิธีเอาชนะมันค่อยๆทำตามที่หนูบอกนะเอามือดันพนักพิงเก้าอี้ค่ะค่อยๆยกส้นเท้าขึ้นช้าๆจากนั้นนะคะคุณค่อยๆใช้กล้ามเนื้อขาทั้งหมดของคุณค่ะดันตัวเองค่อยๆลุกขึ้นมาค่ะลุกจากเก้าอี้เอาล่ะขอวิชาการแป๊บนึงการนั่งติดต่อกันเป็นเวลานานจะทำให้ป่วยด้วยกลุ่มโรค NCD หรือกลุ่มโรคไม่ติดต่อเรื้อรังเช่นมะเร็งเบาหวานความดันไขข้อระบบประสาทกล้ามเนื้อหัวใจหลอดเลือดไมเกรนซึ่งมีงานวิจัยที่ยืนยันออกมาแล้วว่าการนั่งนานๆเปรียบเสมือนฆาตกรที่แฝงอยู่ในเก้าอี้แล้วคุณที่นั่งดูคลิปนี้อยู่ล่ะคะลุกจากเก้าอี้แล้วหรือยัง Okay. This video, the Thai Health Promotion Foundation, they develop for Thai people to educate them and about the risk of the prolonged sitting. Okay. This is one strategy that we encourage you to use to educate and communicate to your people about the risk of the physical activity and sitting for a long period of time. Okay,
As I already told you about the risk of the too much sitting. If you are sitting for a long period of time, so your muscles work less and then might result of the reduce of the lipoprotein lipase activity and accumulation of the lipid, like including the triglycerides and the glucose, and also less of the glucose stimulated insulin secretion. That also in the cause of the hypertension, DM, obesity, and hyperlipidemia, and also increase the risk of death caused by the coronary heart disease. This is the risk of too much in sitting. And in my study, I found, in my survey of the study, I found that if you break in the sedentary behavior, more than 2 times per day can reduce the risk of the NCD and the cardiometabolic risk factor more than 40%. Break more than 2 times. You know the break time in the days, it's the conventional break is a 2 times, the break in the morning and break in the afternoon. If you break more than 2 times per day and you perform like a short break, short active break. I mean short active break is mean that not more than 5 minutes, like a short 2 to 5 minute break, and then you do the active break like leave your workstation, stand up and look and walk outside. That is an active break. Okay, that can reduce the risk of the NCD and the cardiometabolic risk factor more than 40%. Okay, and the risk of the physical inactivity and sedentary behavior not only on the cardiometabolic risk factor, but can cause on the musculoskeletal disorder or work-related musculoskeletal disorder, WMSD. If you're sitting for a long period of time, you firstly you can sit you might sit straight, okay, but if you sit for a long period of time, your posture will be changed. You might sitting in the awkward posture, such as you sitting in a leaning forward, your chin, your head and your chin is move forward, your shoulder is in the rounding position, more in forward. Okay, this is inappropriate in the in the awkward posture. And if you work in the inappropriate ergonomic workstation, 2 of these can cause of the more static load on your muscle and joint, particularly in the spine, okay, neck, shoulders, and lumbar. That is for the high load on the muscle and joint can change the muscle activation pattern. That means the muscle cannot work well to taking the load on the joint for a long period of muscle and on joint for a long period of time. That it can cause of the injury on joints and muscle. That you can have the neck pain, back pain, and the shoulder pain. This slide is confirmed you. This slide they measure this research measure the pressure in the lumbar spine. They found that if you sitting or you sit in the leaning forward position or leaning with carrying the weight, okay, the pressure on the lumbar spinal disc in sitting is higher than the pressure on the lumbar spine in standing position. So this why cause of the muscle and the joint could not bear your pressure, your load during in the sitting. That can cause of the injury of the muscle and joint. That's why you have neck pain, back pain. Okay. And in my survey in the computer worker, I found that many of them complain about musculoskeletal disorder, including neck, shoulder, upper back, wrist, hand, and lower back. Okay, more than 35% they report about the musculoskeletal disorder during at work. Okay, and I found that among them, more than 40% or 42.3% they report in the severe state of the musculoskeletal disorder. 87% they report in the state 2. State 2 is mean that they refer to aging tiredness occur early in work shift and then persist until the night and reduce the capacity to do the work. That is the musculoskeletal effects to their work and their lifestyle. And then 31% complained that musculoskeletons, and they classify in the stage 3 that indicate the aging, fatigue, and wellness persist at least, and inability to sleep. That means the pain or the disorder can disturb their sleep. Okay, and then they could perform their daylight activities. Okay, among them, more than 40% they complain they are in the severe state of the musculoskeletal disorder, and then they report that this musculoskeletal disorder caused by the stress at workplace, stress from the stress by the work system, from boss, from colleagues. Okay, that is caused by their stress. Okay, and then next, my study, and this is another study that I developed the application for break reminder and exercise program application. I installed this application to the worker, to the computer of the worker, and remind them to break every hours after that they're working. And then during the break, I give them an exercise. They can follow the exercise, or they can leave their workstation and go outside to walk or to do the other, like I call it self break. And in this study, I recommend them to walk and to do the physical activity at least 150 minutes per week, or for the moderate intensity of physical activity. And then I recommend them to walk, and then I give them a smartwatch for record, for remind them about the physical activity and walking step per day. Okay, and this is my application that I install in their computer. I will show you. Okay, start that if they're working for 1 hour, the application will show to remind that would you like to break, and if they click yes, and then they shows the exercise, all exercise that in standing position. Okay, and then reduce the load on the spine. Also, like including the stretching exercise, upper and lower extremities, or breathing exercise, that all include in the exercise program. And then they can choose to exercise, follow the video. And then after the exercise, if they want to break, to go outside, to go to the toilet, or have some coffee, to leave out of the workstation, they can click on the self break. After that, they finish all their break, they click on finish, and then click back to work. And then this computer will show that their power will be back to 100% and ready to work. Okay, this is an application that I install in the computer worker, in the computer of the worker in the petroleum company. Okay, and then I collecting the data for at baseline and 2 months and 6 months. I took their blood and measure the indicator like total cholesterol, triglyceride, HDL, LDL, and A1C, and also measure the BMI, waist circumference, and waist to height ratio. And I asked them to do the questionnaire about the neck disability index. And my result found that the BMI will significantly decrease over time, particularly among those who are high BMI or classified as obesity, the BMI greater than 25 kilogram per meter. The BMI decrease over the 6 months. And then the HDL, the high density lipoprotein, for those that who high density lipoprotein decrease lower than the 40 milligram per deciliter over the 6 months, the HDL will increase significantly. And about the neck disability index, also significantly it decrease over the 6 months. Okay. And also I counting the number percent change of the person who change from the high risk of the cardiometabolic risk factor. After that, they received the pre-A promotion and the break reminder for 6 months. I found that a number like 25% of their change from the overweight to the normal weight. And then 35% they change from the high risk that measured by the waist to height ratio to the low risk. And then for among those that HDL less than 40 milligram per deciliter, the HDL will increase 77% or 10%. And then the low LDL greater than 130 milligram per deciliter. So the after the 6 months, the LDL will decrease 38%. Okay, these are the evidence that I support that we should do, even that I done the research before the COVID, but I think my research and my evidence can prove that PA and reducing promote the physical activity and reducing the sedentary behavior can help you to prevent from the COVID-19 and the NCD risk. Okay, this is a study this evidence to show you about that the physical activity can induce the human immune system and reduce the risk of the NCD and the COVID-19. This graph show you about the risk of the urinary upper respiratory tract infection, not urinary, sorry. Okay, and the risk of the upper respiratory tract infection risk and the intensity or exercise workload. They found that if you perform the moderately exercise, it will decrease the risk of the urinary tract infection 40 to 50% because of your exercise can enhance our immunosurveillance that against the pathogens that against the pathogens and reduce the risk of the NCD and also reduce the risk of the COVID-19. Okay. And then this is the last slide I show you about the conclusion of the key message that I suggest to break up the prolonged sitting during the COVID-19, during your self quarantine or social distancing and stay at home, okay? And then reduce the risk of the COVID-19 and also reduce the risk of the NCD and musculoskeletal disorder, okay? That you should promote your patient to have a short break at least 2 to 5 minutes per hour to reduce the risk of NCD and WMSD. And also promote them to have active at work, like standing and walking or exercise, and promote active mode for commuting, like walking or bicycling and use public transportation. And recommend them to walk at least 8,000 or if they can walk more than 10,000 steps per day, it will be benefit to their cardiorespiratory fitness and musculoskeletal fitness, and ask them to perform moderate and vigorous physical activity for at least 150 minutes per day. This is a key message that I think you will agree with me to use this strategy during we are in the COVID-19, the strategy to promote physical activity and reducing the sedentary behavior. Okay, that's all my slide, and thank you for your attention, and any question and suggestion are welcome. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Associate Professor Chutiba Chalayantecha, for addressing this insightful topic. Please give a round of virtual applause for Professor Chalayantecha. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to highlight some important points. The COVID-19 pandemic leads the majority of countries force their people to keep physical distancing and work or study from home. However, these measures have apparent impacts on people's physical activities and mental health. Now, people tend to experience stress, anxiety, and depression, and other diseases. To tackle this, implementing health promotion and awareness campaigns are strongly recommended to increase physical activity among people during COVID-19 pandemics. Once again, please give a round of virtual applause for both speakers. Let's move along to our most anticipated session, the question and answer mini session. The committee have sent me a set of questions. I would choose maybe some of them, and I would read these loud and to whom these are addressed. After that, I would pick order, maybe if the time still allowed me. And okay, and then the speakers would provide the answers. Let me check first. Okay, there is a question for Associate Professor Chutima Chalanteja. This is from Esther Lydia Francisca from UPN Veteran Jakarta. Okay, she asks you, followed by the diagram that you have made, what is the effective exercise programs that we can do to release the pressure from the back pain, neck pain, and shoulder pain? Is that for you, Professor Chalanteja? And the other question is for Associate Professor Rebecca Fanani. It is from Rafael Arfa from UPN Veteran Jakarta. Okay, the question is, when we are talking about countries reacting to the COVID-19 pandemic, which countries do you think are the best at handling the situations, such as managing healthcare systems, health protocols, and health services, and why? Okay, that's the question. Maybe Associate Professor Fanani, would you like to provide your answer first?
Okay, I'm going to have to answer that question in a way that probably surprises you, because
Okay.
I think the country that did the best is Sweden.
Ah.
I think that everyone has seriously overreacted to the seriousness of the COVID-19 virus. We should have reacted in the way that we have learned throughout history: isolate the groups at risk, allow the majority of people to go about their daily business, try to minimize contact to the extent possible. But, you know, the dangers of shutting down schools, keeping people out of work, preventing people from going about their daily business is way more serious than the possibility of getting a respiratory virus. Now, there are people who will be very, very ill. There are people who will require hospitalization, but they are a minority, and we can perhaps anticipate who they are. The problem is the damage done to people who lose their jobs, to children who can't go to school, from the stress, the mental health issues, the problems of being locked down are way more serious. So that's my answer.
Okay, very well. And now, Associate Professor Chalanteja, may you provide your answer, please?
Okay, can you hear me? Okay.
Okay, nice.
Okay. For my questions about exercise, the best exercise for low back pain, right? Okay. Right now, you know that there are many exercise that can improve back pain. But for my suggestion, if you are generally suggest for many people, I suggest you to recommend them to do not sit for a long period of time first. Okay, leave up your workstation within every within 1 hour. That decrease the load on your spine. That very easy. Everyone can do that. Okay, you can leave, you can take rest. Okay, and then after that, maybe you if you have a chance, you can tell them about the collecting the posture. Do not sit in the round shoulder or chin out or lean forward too much. Otherwise, that increase the load on the spine. And sit in the straight position. Keep your neck and your head up, and then keep your screen correctly in front of your head, of your face, something like that, your eyes. Okay, set the workstation and then collect the posture. Okay, first ask them to leave out of the workstation within 1 hour, and second ask them to set their workstation, their posture. And next, if they have chance to meet PT, physical therapist, for PT, for the exercise for prevent the low back pain, we prescribe like exercise muscle we call stabilize called stabilizer muscle training. That is very not easy for every general person can do by their own. So they need to meet the PT to collect to suggest about how to do how to train your core stabilizer muscle for prevent your spine, keep it tight, keep your trunk tight. Okay, and then will save for your spine. That will be my next research I done in my PhD student about develop the core stabilizing exercise to prevent the low back pain in office worker.
Okay,
Hope
excellent.
that I answer. Okay.
Thank you. And maybe one more question. This one is for both of you, Associate Professor Chalanteja and Fanani. So the question is from Dewi Prabhawati from Saint Carolus. And the question is, regarding the challenges for a healthcare and the development of infectious diseases nowadays, some part of Indonesia growing a perception that an immunization is an act that violates the value or forbidden action. Thus, many parents forbid their child to do immunization. Based on your opinion, as a health workers or practitioners, what can we see as nurse or healthcare practitioner can do regarding this condition? Maybe Professor Chalanteja first. How about your addressing about this situation?
About immunization, you mean vaccine?
Yes, anti-vaccine and some other like that.
Yeah, that very. Right now, we know that there are like some percentage of the child took the vaccine and they have like negative results, negative like they have some problem after that. They have for my perspective, for my idea about how can we convince or motivate the parent to take their child to receive their vaccine, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Firstly, we think that as we are health personnel, we have to educate them about the advantage and disadvantage of the vaccines and the percentage, and then make them make a decisions about their child. But we have to support them. I think that as I am a parent, I'm afraid, I'm worried about my child. So you need to support their psychology, that about that about to take the child to receive the vaccine. You have to support them and give them about the advantages and disadvantages. This is not my expertise, I think. I think maybe Professor Rebecca might be answer better than me. Okay.
Okay, it's okay. How about you, Associate Professor Fanani? How you address this anti-vaccine or anti-immunization move, maybe?
Actually, I thought that was a very good answer, and it's absolutely correct. All we can do is to try to encourage people to do what's best for their children. But I want to point something out. I loved that commercial that you had about the chair as the murderer. I thought that was so funny. Now, that's what we need. Have you seen recently any health promotion about the importance of vaccination? No, because we don't do it anymore. Yeah. We assume that it's not necessary, but it is necessary. Every generation is new. Everybody needs to be told. And this is the problem. That's why people look at the internet and they read things and, they don't know what it is, but they believe it because there's nothing that tells them the actual situation. We need to go back, like I said earlier, to the way we used to promote health in relation to infectious disease. And the best thing you can do is take some of your health promotion budget, put it into developing really funny, really memorable campaigns for vaccination, and you'll see people are going to forget about the anti-vax movement and they are all going to run and get their vaccinations.
Brilliant. Thank you. And I can't agree more about the importance of a brilliant health promotion. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Unfortunately, our time is up, so maybe that's all the questions I can provide to both of you. Thank you so much, Associate Professor Fanani and Salanteja, for this insightful discussion. And dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my warmest gratitude to our speakers who have shared their knowledge and experience, and also to all participants who have asked questions. Arga Buntara signing out, and I will give it back to Ms. Zebwa as MC for this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Buntara, and our speaker in the first panel. Our next moderator for the second panel session is lecturer of Public Health Department of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Madam Rizky Amalia. She was born in Medan in 1985. She was graduated as Master of Community Health Science from the National University of Malaysia. She has a lot of work experience, among them as a lecturer at the Public Health Department of Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, and as co-founder and content creator on YouTube channel The Grateful Lifestyle. She has published several scientific papers. One of her latest publications is a study on social support from family and work-related stress among railroad workers in 2020. Excellencies and distinguished scholars, please welcome Madam Rizky Amalia.
Thank you, Miss Ellen. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, esteemed scholars. Salam bela negara. Hello, I am Rizky Amalia. Welcome to the second panel session of the International Conference on Health Development, the role of healthcare industry in COVID-19 pandemic and 4.0 era, hosted by Faculty of Health Sciences, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. It is my honor to be your moderator for this panel. This panel will be divided into 4 sessions. On the first 3 sessions, our outstanding panelists will deliver their presentations for up to 30 minutes and for each session, and then followed by the Q&A session. Okay, before we begin, I know you already pumped up, but let me walk you through some protocols for this panel. First, please put your microphone on mute. And then secondly, we encourage you to ask questions to our outstanding panelists at any time before the Q&A session started through the link provided on the chat box below. I know you cannot wait until the Q&A. You know what? Because I do too. Okay, now we shall start our first session. Our first panelist is Nurse Wiwin Winarti. Nurse Wiwin Winarti is the head of Nursing Department, Faculty of Sciences, Universitas Pembangunan Veteran Jakarta. She has 2 master degrees. The first one, Master in Nursing from Monash University, Australia, focusing on disaster and emergency nursing management. The second one, Master in Epidemiology from University of Indonesia. Not only having a strong educational background, but she is also a distinguished researcher. So her latest research publication is about informational support, anxiety, and satisfaction among patients' family members in emergency room using path analysis. Nurse Winarti also published books, Nursing Outcome Classification and also Nursing Intervention Classification. Before becoming a head nursing department, she was a registered ICU nurse in Ajiat Emergency Hospital, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You know what? Just amazing. Okay, in this panel, Nurse Winarti will be addressing rapid adaptation of nursing education institution during the COVID-19 pandemic. Without further delay, please welcome our outstanding panelist, Nurse Wiwin Winarti. Nurse Winarti, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the moderator for very welcome announcement about my CV. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, crystal clear.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, I would like to greet all the keynote speaker for today. And also I would like to say thanks to all the committee who have arranged this webinar, international webinar for today. So as the introduction before, I would like to delivered the topic about the rapid adaptation of nursing education institution during the COVID-19 pandemic. Well, why actually we choose this topic? Because at the beginning, during this situation, we thought this is one of obstacle for our goals as a nursing school, because we have planned already how to deliver the program in a nursing school, but suddenly we have to change our plan because we need to adapt to the situations, while we have to move from the generic pattern of the nursing school, which is we have to use to deliver the direct teaching learning program to the student to the virtual one. Well, I think I will share my screen first. This one. Okay. Can you see my share screen now?
Yes, nurse.
Okay. So to begin this sharing, actually we just need today we only want to share our a program, how we adapt to the situations, because as I mentioned before, no school in this no nursing school in this in Indonesia, I believe also in this world, have ever prepared themselves to face this challenge during this COVID-19 pandemic. According to World Health Organization, as we know that this pandemic has started at a late 2019, but until April 2020, I think it's already impact more than 200 countries. And for the worst, it has caused more than 100,000 dead. So what impact for this news? I think our student, our parent, our students' parent, and also our lecturer can see this news from the television or even from the electronic, their electronic device. And what impact actually about this spreading news, the fear and the anxiety, how we can deliver the generic teaching program with direct contact between lecturer and also the student. And moreover, as a nursing student, they have to contact with the patient. They have to do rotation in the clinical setting, mainly hospital, which is we cannot guarantee that there's no infectious patient in there. So that's why for the beginning, it was very challenging for us as a nursing school, whether we have to continue the process of the generic process, still let our student doing rotation in the hospital, or we have to retract them from the hospital or the clinical setting. So what impact of this pandemic to the nursing program? This pandemic has restricted the ability of nursing school, hospital, communities, and associations to conduct in-person learning. As I mentioned that as a nursing school, we are produce the profession who deliver the care with a direct contact between the nursing and the patient. So this is very difficult for us, just shifting the paradigm from the direct contact between the teacher and also the student, and also from student with the patient to the virtual one. But in response to concern for student welfare, many nursing schools, including UPN Veteran Jakarta, have suspended classroom-based education and clinical rotations. And that's why today we want to share how we adapting with the situation. So it was started on March 2020. It doesn't mean that the pandemic was started on March 2020, but it has impacted us as nursing school on March 2020. In early 2020, especially in March 2020, we are still can allow our student to learn in the school, to do their clinical rotation in the hospital. But as we seen from this graphic, I took this graphic from the website of the government of the Jakarta. So this COVID-19 has started to increase on March to the April 2020. So what the impact of this situation? So the government of Indonesia, and also followed by the Minister of Education, where all the nursing school work under, published several policies that give an impact to the activities of all school and including nursing school. And the fourth first policy is the from Minister of Education. And the fifth one is the policy and a regulation published by the INEC, which is the Associations of Education's Program in Indonesia. So what implications from all this policy? All this policy restrict us to do the generic program of nursing school, which is we used to do the direct contact between the nursing and also the patient in a clinical rotation, and also restrict us to do the contact between the student and also the lecturer in the class, in the laboratory, and also in the clinical setting. So from that situation, from all the policy made by the government, what university role to protect student welfare and education quality? So as we know that since the students is under responsibility of the university, university has responsibility to protect their student by preventing the spread of this infectious disease into the university community. Mainly for the student from nursing school and the medical school, we know that some activities of the nursing and the medical student is in the clinical setting, which is in hospital. So the high risk of contaminations from patients who are infected by COVID-19 is very high. So that's why it is very important for us to decide whether to let them still doing rotation in the hospital or in a community setting, or to retract them from that activity and change to the virtual one, of course, with the modified program. So regular university classroom teaching as well as the student training in the critical setting were discontinued on third week of March 2020. So the goal is to protect a student, and a direct contact of nursing student with patient, student, and faculty member is blocked to protect student and the entire community. This situation's also better because we never know whether our student has the high-risk population in their family, such as those who have like a degenerative disease, whether their parents are already old, and we have no idea whether our student, if they still doing the rotation in the hospital, may spread the infection to the community or to the family. So following those situation, UPN VJ has also made the Surat Edaran nomor 29 that allow or that regulate all the activity in the university has to be cancelled and moved to the study from home or work from home. So what impact of the policies, especially for us in the nursing school? First, we have to cancel the clinical internship for students in the nurse program. Well, at the beginning, this was very hard for us because we've never have any plan to do this one. At the time, on the late of March 2020, the nurse or profession program still have 2 rotations to do in the clinical setting, which is mental health rotation, mental health nursing profession, and then also MATRA. And all the lecturer and also all the instructor also have never prepared about the situations. They already prepared the model with the generic one. They already prepared the guidance for students to do this clinical rotation in the mental health hospital or in the community setting with the generic a topic which is not related to COVID-19, but suddenly we have to adjust everything. We have to change every program to the need of community, which is the COVID-19 topic. And second one, also, we have to cancel clinical rotation for students in the diploma program. This is the same situation with those who are in this program. In the diploma program, in the last period of the year, they have to practice the knowledge in the community and also in the clinical setting. But unfortunately, because of the situation, because of the regulation proposed by the Ministry of Education and also from our university, we have to cancel everything. So what we have done, we have to adjust our program into virtual one. We have to change or we have to move the setting from the clinical setting into community, which is the neighborhood, the close, the area which close to the student where they live. So modification of clinical practice from the clinical setting where the nursing student patient direct care happened as the generic one. We have to shift to the community setting where allow the nursing student patient will contact to the virtual, of course, a modified virtual care. Is that easy for us? Of course not, because we've never used to do this before. So everyone in the nursing school, every student also have to adapt rapidly to this change situation. So modification also have to done with the competency. Some of the lecturer also worried whether we can achieve the all competency that graduate nurse have to have in the last year of their nursing program. But because the need of the community are already changed to the information and education about the COVID-19. So all the module and all the guidance have to shift into the topic related to COVID-19. Okay. Okay, so what the challenges actually happen related to that conditions. Cancel clinical rotation will have significant adverse education effect on undergraduate learners. As I mentioned that the concern from the lecturer is whether some competency could not be achieved because we have to cancel or modify clinical setting, which have like actual cases or actual patient where the student can learn directly from the patient. But we have to adjust because we cannot do again that direct contact. So the second one also, some of the lecturer and also the student, more even the parents, they are worried about the delayed graduations because on the late March of 2020, we have to stop we have to start our program about a week to in order to prepare the plan, how to adapt with the situation, how we shift the program because of these cancellations of the clinical rotation. So that's why this concern coming not only from the lecturer, but also from student and also parents. And the second one, a nursing educator, more teacher and managers must guarantee that the student meet the academic requirement. As we know that nursing graduate have to face the national exam in order to get the license to work as a nursing professional. So as an educator, we have to guarantee that our students have to achieve the best competency they had to get when they finish the program, the nursing program, and graduate as a diploma or in a professional nursing. So what we have to do, that every lecturer has to learn how to deliver the teaching, how to deliver material to the student with attractive one, and they have to always think creatively about the teaching method during the field to our classroom, because we are nursing. We used to do like a direct in contact with the student, and for us, it is very important to maintain the connection between the student and also the teacher, because we know the caring, the fundamental of the nursing is a caring, and caring is a very difficult to deliver in a virtual way. So that's why all the nursing all the nursing teacher, all the nursing instructor have to think how they have to deliver the material through the virtual one without diminish the caring feel between the student and also lecturer. And also what we have to do is a continuous evaluation. This give like a more load of work for the teacher, of course, because during this virtual class, we've never know whether all the students have the same understood about the topic we delivered at the time. Because we know with this virtual class, there is some obstacle like the connection, like the lack of the contact between the lecturer and the student, and we believe that it may affect the level of the understandable of the student through the topic we delivered. So pre and post test program always advisedly by the university to be done by all the lecturer. But even though we think that this is the best way to evaluate whether our student can accept the material better or not, but this pre and post test sometimes stuck by the student as the more burden or the more load for the student. So and also a project-based test and exit exam mock for the nursing student. Why the exit exam mock is very important? Because as I mentioned before, this virtual class has diminished the competencies that we cannot deliver in a virtual class. That's why, because the all nursing graduate has to face the final exam, or we call it uji kompetensi for a nursing diploma or for professions. So we have to make sure that all students will pass that exam. So that's why we prepare to do the exit exam mock in our nursing school. And also the last one, as I mentioned, nursing student must meet the competencies in order to pass the national exam to get the nursing license. Uji kompetensi Nurse Indonesia and also uji kompetensi D3 keperawatan for diploma student. What happen if they cannot meet the competency or they cannot pass all the competency? They will fail to pass. And the consequence, the worst consequence is they will no have a job. They will have no proper job, or they cannot work as a professional nurse because no license as professional nurse. So what we have been doing so far in adapting with the situations. Of course, until now, we still study from home for all the program, diploma, undergraduate, and also for nurse program. And this study from home is something that give us many challenges. The first one is a quick adaptation of the e-learning system for both student and lecturer. And why this is it can be challenges, because as we know that no one in this world have the same rate on adaptation, especially regarding to the technology. And also this e-learning system has many variation or variety inside this platform that everyone has to learn every now and then, because our, especially in UPN Veteran Jakarta, they still develop this e-learning system to be the optimized one, so we can use this one as the platform, the best platform during this situation of COVID-19. And the second one is geographic area. As we know, because this UPN Veteran Jakarta is the state university, some of our students living in the area, not in Jakarta, they may live in the area which have unstable connection of the internet. And this one also has the problem in a teaching learning process, especially for those who are in the examination process. One of our students even stated that this geographic area sometimes become an obstacle for them, especially during the presentation or during doing the a final exam or final defense or the thesis, because they have to go to other places to get the stable connection of the internet to do the to get like to diminish the stress regarding to this internet connections, so they can focus on the exam or on the final defense only, but not also has to be worried with the internet connection problem. And also the third one is a suitable platform for long period of virtual learning. Because as we know that a student has to took more than one course in a day. So as a lecturer, we have to decide, or we have to think whether we will use like a Zoom meeting or G4 or Gmeet platform for delivering our class. Because some of our student also has no benefit if we are using a Zoom, which is the stable one, but because some of them has also a limited device, we can also accept that a platform such as a Zoom meeting. So as a lecturer, we have to be very wise to choose which the best platform to deliver our virtual classroom. And the challenge is also achieving the competencies. This is the big problem for us, especially because we have almost every course in nursing. It has the laboratory practice and also the clinical practice. So during the virtual classroom or during the study at home, students pushed to be learn or to study independently. But for nursing, it can be very difficult because some of the skill has to be delivered in laboratory. no one, I think nursing student have like equipment to do like a nursing procedure as we have in the laboratory. That's why this achieving competencies is the most concern we have in the nursing school. How they can, how we can, how we can shoot the competency which lost because of this virtual class program. So student lecture connection. As myself feel that delivering class through the virtual way is has an impact to the less of a student lecture connection, because nursing is about the role model. When we teach student directly in the class, so we can give our energy, so we can share or transform the energy, or we can give them the example how to be a professional nurse. But it is, I believe it still can be done by the virtual class, but still, because we are a nursing, we used to deliver the care for patient, which is best to do in a direct care. So virtual one is not the best way to do or to develop the caring feeling between the nursing and the patient, which firstly giving an example from caring between the lecturer to the student. So, and there's also case studies. As we cannot go to the clinical setting nowadays, it is we have very limited real case studies. So what we have done so far, we only can use like case studies available from the final project from our student. So we try to connect, we try to ask some instructor from the hospital, but because they have like a load work already, so it is very difficult to ask them to provide like an actual case for study for the student. So that's why until now we still use the case study available in the library from the final project of our student, which is the KTI, Karya Tulis Ilmiah Akhir for a diploma student, and also from Kian, so Karya Ilmiah Akhir for a professions program. And also virtual nursing skill. Until now, I believe all nursing lecturer in Indonesia still try to find the best way to do to deliver nursing skill through the virtual way, because as I mentioned before, not all nursing student has the equipment at their home. So even though we have demonstration, they will accept this demonstration only with knowledge. Further, uh, we want the student not only for knowledge, because a nursing is about the skill, not only knowledge. Nursing is about the psychomotor activities, not only the knowledge. That's why this virtual nursing skill is the biggest challenge for us as a nursing lecturer. How to maintain their competency, how we can guarantee that this virtual nursing skill will have the same quality, the same quality of the skill when our student graduate next year. Okay. I also give you the picture that show that shifting paradigm happened before the COVID-19 pandemic and after the COVID-19 pandemic. As we seen on the left one, this is happened just before the COVID-19 happened. The student can deliver or can do rotation in the clinical setting. This is in the gerontological setting one, and also this one in a community one. And this is the best way how nursing student will practice their knowledge and also their skill. But unfortunately, after all cancellations, we have to shift the program to the virtual one. This in this right one, this one, we can see also the lecturer in the corner of the screen, that the student has to adapt with the situation, and then also the lecturer must give the guidance from the distance how to deliver the care to the patients in the clinical setting. The challenge also happened because during this pandemic, we cannot choose the patient or the client during this clinical or the community setting, which has the high risk to be infected by the COVID-19. So that's why all the lecturer and also student must learn which population have a high risk for contamination. So they will not to be picked as a client in this setting. This one also, what we have done so far, and this activity done by the one of the lecturer and also student. It happened during the last March when we shift the mental health practice when from the clinical into the community setting. This situation happened when one of the lecturer from mental health or psychiatry nursing guide her student to do like a treatment for the client who have the stress related to the COVID-19. So all the topic will shift into the COVID-19 before I think the student and also the lecturer not prepared yet about this COVID-19, but all the module have to shift regarding to the need of community. Okay, this is also how we shift all the topic into the COVID-19. Our student prepare their material to be delivered to the community to educate them about the COVID-19. And this is about the assessment tool, also built by the student, guide by the lecturer, of course. And this is the way they do the assessment in the community through the WhatsApp group. And then this is also an activity that we just create within a week in order to fill the need of the community. So, will the methods effective so far? What we still don't know whether this is effective or not regarding achievement of the competency of the student, because we're still doing pre and post tests for every course that a student take, and also qualitative assessment. It is continuous happen and continuous do by the lecturer, especially for the counselor, whether our student can accept the method better, or some obstacle present during the program we made to the student. And also from the GPA, we still don't know whether we can maintain the goal of the GPA of the student. But so far, we still the increase or the graphic of the GPA of the student is still acceptable. And also the last one, this OG Competency Nasional. This is the big chance for us, and during this coming October, all our nursing students will face the Uji Kompetensi Nasional. That's when we can evaluate the effectiveness of the program we made regarding the change of the situation during the pandemic of COVID-19. We have for the best for everything that we've done so far, and also we have for the best that all students can adapt better than all the compared to the nursing school that maybe less benefit from us who live in the central Jakarta, who have like a facility and also the internet connection more stable than others. I think that one the last of presentation, That's only we can share as a nursing school who adapt to the situation of pandemic COVID-19. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Nurse Wiwin Winarti, for addressing this insightful topic. So from Nurse Wiwin presentation, we learned that during this pandemic, nursing students face many challenges, such as like clinical rotation, laboratory, any activities in clinical settings also have been canceled, and many modifications were applied. And to be aligned not only for the subject, but to be aligned with the academic requirements. So continuous evaluation are applied to ensure all students meet with the academic requirements despite the challenges. And we wish our nursing students, good luck in October. We are praying so hard for them. Okay, dear esteemed participants, I know you have many questions already. I know I do. So please submit your questions through the link provided on the chat box below. Okay, we move on to our next session. Another outstanding panelist. And she also an expert in nutrition and dietetics, Associate Professor Chin Yit Siu. She is the head of Community Nutrition Unit under Nutrition and Dietetics Department, University Putra Malaysia. And formerly, she was the head of Research Center of Excellence Nutrition and Non-Communicable Chronic Disease. She led 14 research projects that were supported by both private and public funding with various publications, including more than 50 scientific citation index journal articles, intervention modules, and educational materials, research tools, national guidelines, and books. Not only research, she also has been actively organizing various nutrition and health promotion programs, such as Eat Right to Play Right program, Healthy Kids program, School Nutrition program, and program Cara Hidup Sehat. And she served as a member of the expert panel in several nutrition education programs, locally and internationally. Very remarkable. Without further delay, please welcome our outstanding panelist, Professor Chin Yit Siu. Professor Chin, the time is yours.
Thanks, Riska, for your kind introduction. Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Professor.
Right, you hear me clearly, yeah? Right, let me share in terms of my slide first. Can you see the slide?
Yes.
Right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee of Second ICHD for inviting me to share my knowledge in this platform. In this session, I would like to highlight to you in terms of the nutrition and lifestyle changes during the COVID-19 lockdown and experience from Malaysia, whereby our research team have conducted an online survey during the COVID-19 lockdown. So this is fresh from the oven. This is the first time that we share the preliminary findings, to this conference. Right. In this session, I will highlight to you in terms of the situations of COVID-19 pandemic in Malaysia, then followed by some findings in the My NutriLife COVID-19 survey that I mentioned. It is fresh from oven. Okay. From that, I will highlight to you in terms of the opportunities as well as the challenges that we found during this nutrition and lifestyle changes of the COVID-19 pandemic, and it relates to the theme of COVID-19 and the 4.0 era here, specifically in the terms of nutrition education and health promotion. As a start, COVID-19 pandemic in Malaysia, as like other countries, we are now actually have a lot of protocol or SOP that we have to take temperature, sanitize our hands, wearing masks. And one thing is every day we will listen to the news from our Director General of Ministry of Health about the news of these COVID-19 cases. Yeah, so these are the latest one that we had yesterday. Unfortunately, we have an increase of 111 new cases, and particularly on the clusters in the state of Sabah, which have increased of 97 new cases over there, right? Then, for your information, in Malaysia, we are now at the RMCO, which means that it is at the stage of Recovery Movement Control Order that have been implemented until December of 31st end of this year. And right now, we are all applying all these apps. Okay, one of the apps that we have to use to track our so-called locations is My Sejahtera apps. Okay, so with that, our Ministry of Health saying that we are able to track in terms of those who are at risk when they are having the contract with the COVID-19 cases. So that's why, although we have the increase in terms of the number of cases, it's still under the control of Ministry of Health. Right, how actually COVID-19 in Malaysia is started? It was started in the first case of from this China, okay, through the Singapore in January itself. But later after that, we have the largest cluster, which was the religious gathering in mosque in KL area in the late February and early March. It was the biggest and the longest running cluster because one of the cases stayed in the hospital for 4 months times. And this cluster ended in July, and it actually expanded to non-Malaysians to 28 countries itself. So after that, in this 16th of March itself, the cases already reported to all the 13 states as well as all the federal territory. So that's why with all these so-called increase of the number of the cases, as well as we found that the patients are asymptomatic, that resulted a nationwide enforcement to limit the movement of the individual and also to reduce the chances of the contact within the community. Then it comes to the so-called COVID-19 lockdown, which in Malaysia, we call it as Movement Control Order, MCO. It started on 18th of March until 12th of May for the 2 months times. So during this Movement Control Order, as mentioned by Prof. Chuti just now, all the public and private sectors as well as the institutions are all asked to close down except for those healthcare facilities and also some necessary services. And most of all of us, actually, majority of us have to be self-isolation to stay at home, okay, stay at home itself, and also to reduce the social distance contact with others, to have the social distancing or the physical distancing. So these are the so-called the charts that reflecting how we actually starting the MCO until the RMCO. So we have a total of 4 phases of MCO, whereby each phase of the MCO have 2 weeks times. And then it depends on the situations. And that's why we have like 2 months of this MCO period and a lot of so-called rules that we have to follow. We are still actually closed in terms of country borders and then the closure of the state borders, whereby during that time we have this Hari Raya Aidilfitri, but all of us can't go back to our hometown because of this MCO. And one thing that I would like to highlight here is like, we also enforce like 1 person per vehicle. You can't really go out with many of your family members, and only 1 person can go out to buy the groceries. And this actually relies on the husband, whereby you will see like a lot of news highlighting the husband, they have difficulties and challenges to buy the groceries, and they need a list, how to choose the veggie and fruits and all that. That's very interesting. And then of course, from the list here, you will see like the retail outlets that are allowed to open. And also in terms of the food or the restaurants, we go for the delivery or we use the apps or the drive-through method. Yeah. So before the MCO itself, actually, when it is near to the MCO, when the cases increases, we have panic buying in terms of the foods and the groceries. Okay. And indeed, during the MCO itself, one of the famous brands of the white breads was the Gardenia. It's actually short of the supply on that. So the food insecurity actually happened, okay? That's why it brings us to the concern in terms of the changes of the nutrition and lifestyle during the movement control. That's why we come up with this survey, My NutriLife COVID-19 survey, to determine the nutritional and lifestyle behaviors among Malaysian adults during the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown, which in Malaysian context, we call it as MCO. For your information, we started this survey in April, okay, to May. So when we started this survey, we Malaysians have already went through at least 1 month of the MCO period already. So there is a fair comparison in terms of the before and during the MCO itself. This survey is a cross-sectional study whereby it involves 1,337 Malaysian adults from all the 13 states as well as the 3 federal territories. We use any anonymous online survey form through the Google platform itself, okay? And these are the 4 indicators or the variables that I would like to highlight to you all, which we just completed the analysis. These are the social demographic characteristics. The lifestyle habits include the eating patterns as well as the physical activity. The self-report body weight status, because we can't go to the field to measure them, so they have to self-report. And also their disease history, as well as their perceived health status when they compare the before MCO. So now we move into the social demographic characteristics of these 1,377 subjects in Malaysia. So there are majorities females and Malays with the average age of 36 years old that's willing to answer this online Google form, yeah? And they are, half of them were married with 4.4 or 4 to 5 members in their family. And during the MCO time, majority of them living with their family. And for the social economic status itself, in terms of education attainment, they have at least attained university level of education. And about half of them have high income, and another quarter of them have the moderate income. So I would say that our survey subjects are mainly from the middle high income group. Unfortunately, we miss the low income group in this survey. Most probably it's due to the online survey whereby the low income group, they may have difficulty to have access to the internet service, and also they may be not really concerned in terms of all these survey, and they may be busy with other jobs and all that. So that's actually is an unfortunate. We can't really have the low income group to represent in this group, only 15.7. In terms of the employment stage, majority of them were employed, and during the MCO itself, they work from home, majority of them. And you will see like 16.2% of them are university students. Yeah, they were during the MCO. Many of them actually were locked down at their university college itself. So now we move into the eating pattern. You will see that they actually consume home cooked meals, majority of them every day. Of course, they are also so-called majority of them at least 1 to 3 times per week going out to pack foods and also order their foods through food delivery apps. Okay, and you will see like about 20%, 1 in 5 of the Malaysians were actually obtaining free foods from certain agencies, even from the university administration itself, because we have university students as our subjects, okay, that receive the free foods and drinks. Then you will see like about half of them never consume any so-called foods from restaurant, hawkers, and Western fast food. This is referred to past 7 days, yeah, in terms of the survey itself. And then they also expressed that they 1/3 of them practice healthier cooking methods, as we can see, like majority of them consume home cooked meals. And also in Malaysia, we actually emphasize on healthy eating concept through this Pinggan Sehat Malaysia, or we call it as Malaysian Healthy Plate, whereby we emphasize on the quarter half of the plates have to be fruits and vegetables. So we found out that at least 39.2% of them complying with this healthy eating concept, but unfortunately 18.5% of them never practice this. They may not even know what is this Pinggan Sehat Malaysia. Okay, so this may be the things that we have to emphasize some more to reach the community. As I highlighted just now, the food delivery service is common 1 to 3 times per week itself. Okay, it's really become a popular stage during the MCO itself. The food business have changed to delivery service during the MCO. Now we move into the food groups, follow the food guide pyramids. As you can see, in terms of the so-called carbo source and also the animal proteins are quite okay, more than 80%. Then vegetable also quite okay, but it's like 70.4% consuming every day. Then the one that actually less than half of so-called of the Malaysians consume every day was the legumes and nuts, the plant protein source, the milk and dairy products, as well as the fruits. Yeah, fruits actually less than half of the Malaysians consume every day. Most probably, they may think that vegetables and fruits are from the same food group, so they can consume either fruits or vegetables. That's why they are confused on that, and the fruits consumptions are lesser. And indeed, fruits are more expensive compared to vegetables. As for the unhealthy, so-called less healthier foods items, like the sugar sweetened beverages, SSB, and also high sugary foods, about half of them have at least 1 to 3 times per week. And also in terms of the fried foods, this is something that I would like to highlight. 29.6% of them consume every day, okay, in terms of the fried foods, okay, 3 in 10, whereby 8.1% never consumed over the last 7 days in terms of the fried food. In terms of the dietary supplement, when this COVID-19 happened, it became very popular. About 3 in 10 of the Malaysians consume this dietary supplement every day, but another 40%, okay, never consume over the last 7 days. Now, these are the food items in terms of highlighted in the news, okay. It's also reflect in our data. We have enough eggs. People are eating enough. They eat everyday eggs, fishes, and other animal proteins was the highest percentage. And even for the vegetable, is 70%. So we are not really facing in terms of the shortage of the food itself. Okay, so we analyze further in terms of like, we ask them to compare their eating pattern during the MCO as compared to before MCO. And 41% of them indicating that their eating pattern become healthier. And we zoom into the analysis of this healthier, what do they mean in terms of the healthier eating behaviors? So when they mention about healthier eating behaviors, it means that actually they practice the healthy eating concept every day, including consuming the vegetables every day. Okay, and they also consume home cooked meals every day and practice healthier cooking methods, as well as consuming dietary supplements. So when they took the dietary supplements, they perceive themselves as actually having a healthier eating patterns in this case. And for your information, the vegetable is one indicator, right? And indeed, during that time, we have a very popular in terms of grow your own foods, your edible garden itself, because of the vegetables concerns. So you can see, this is my own garden and my daughter. So these are the activities that we do during the MCO, planting our own vegetable. Yeah. And for the healthier eating behaviors, they also indicating that when they never order any foods from the food apps or consume the foods from the restaurant, hawker centers, they are also having the healthier eating pattern compared to the before MCO. And they also never consume any sweet food, sugar sweetened beverages, as well as the fried food. Okay, so this indicating that they actually are healthier in terms of their eating pattern. As for the risk factors of the less healthy group, which are the 18.7% of the Malaysians, they indicated that they have to consume foods or drinks from Western fast food restaurant every day. That makes them less healthy compared to before MCO. And another interesting point here that is, they express that they obtain the free foods or drinks every day during the MCO period, which is actually related to less healthy behavior, which we think that maybe from the photos that we can see here is maybe during the MCO, they have to go out and get the free food, and they have less choices to choose the food. That's why they feel more stressed, and that's make them feel like less healthy compared to others. Now we move into the physical activity. In Malaysian dietary guidelines, we emphasize in terms of accumulate at least 30 minutes of moderate intensity of physical activity for at least 5 to 6 days a week. So in our survey itself, only 24.2%, about a quarter of them fulfilling these physically active criteria, whereby another 3 in 10 never fulfill this at least 30 minutes per day exercise in our context during the MCO. When we ask them in terms of the physical activity in comparison with the before MCO itself, just like what Prof. Chuti mentioned just now, there were actually more respondents or Malaysians indicating that they were less active, 36.4%, compared to those that a group of them highlighting that they were more active, 28.6%. Most probably because they need to work at home and more screen time. When we zoom into in terms of when so-called comparing the exercise behaviors, okay, in terms of the frequency, we find out that those who indicating that they exercise as usual, 34.9% of them only exercise 1 to 2 days per week for at least 30 minutes. For those indicating that they were more active, they managed to exercise or having the physical activity at least moderate level at 30.7%. And another group of them, 3 to 4 days per week. As for those less active and also never exercise, majority of them indicating that they never exercise. Yeah? And now we move into the nutritional status, whereby in Malaysia, we are based on our National Health and Morbidity Survey, 1 in 2 of the Malaysians were facing overweight or obesity problem. This was rather serious. When we collecting the data based on the self-reported body weight status, we only managed to get 1,319 data because some of them, they can't really tell us in terms of their weight changes because they don't have the weighing scale. So 37.5% of them were facing overweight and obesity problem, which was much lower compared to our National Health and Morbidity Survey data itself. Most probably this is related to the group that we missed, the low socioeconomic group that also were at risk of the overweight and obesity problem. Okay, anyhow, you can see here before and during the MCO, the prevalence was the same. Okay, very, very small changes over here. Okay, it seems like the MCO doesn't really affect their nutritional status, right? But when I actually go into more in depth in terms of the data, I found out that their range of the weight changes are very big in states. Just within like 1 month time of this MCO or maximum of 2 months time, they have reduction of 12 kilo or an increment of 12 kilo itself. That's a lot. Okay, so I further analyze them in terms of classifying them to weight decrease group and weight increase group, and also another group as no difference. When I compared that way, I found out that 32.2% actually have a weight decrease, and another 30% of them having a weight increase. Okay, and when we zoom into the so-called weight status based on their before MCO, those underweight, they managed to increase their weight. Yeah, and then those normal weight, majority of them have no change. Then for the overweight, okay, 36.3% of them managed to decrease their weight. And interestingly, the obese group, they really take this chance to actually reduce their weight. 50% of them, half of them are reducing their weight. Then I actually compare the body weight status before MCO and during MCO. As you can see, the blue color box are all the no change category, meaning when before the MCO, when they were underweight, they're still underweight during the MCO, okay, no change. Then what we want to see is the green color box, okay? So for the underweight group before the MCO, okay, then during the MCO, they have already become normal weight, okay? There are 16 of them, 14.8%, okay? And then for the overweight group, they managed to back to the normal weight, 9.5%. But unfortunately, there are also another group of people, Malaysians, okay, have increment of their body weight status, 4.3 become obese, right? As for the obese group, that was very encouraging, 13.3% managed to reduce their body weight and back to the overweight, yet to back to the normal weight because they are from the extreme groups, yeah? Okay, so they are 4.3% actually have the so-called change in terms of the unhealthy category, but 5.2 actually moved to the healthier body weight status category. Okay, that's very interesting, right? Within 1 month to 2 months time, then they can change their body weight status. Then when we ask them in terms of their disease history, okay, 21.5% of them indicating that they have some chronic diseases, for example, like diabetes, hypertension, okay, and also allergies and asthma. But majority of them were generally healthy, 78.5%. So when we ask them in terms of their perceived of the health status, it is majority of them, or no, it should be like more of the Malaysians, okay, perceive that they have better health status, 14.5%, compared to those who perceive their health status were poorer, 8.3%. And this is regardless of whether they have disease history or not, because the data here is not significant. Now, with all these very interesting findings, we see there are a lot of challenges and also opportunities in nutrition education and health promotion, especially in relation to the theme of the conference, COVID-19 and 4.0 era. In this case, we can see that their awareness about the health and the nutrition are very much have increased. When we ask them in terms of whether it is very important for them to practice healthy lifestyle to prevent from the COVID-19 disease, okay, to increase their immunity, they indicating that it is very important. They care about their health, okay, they care about their healthy lifestyle. And when we ask them in terms of whether they are interested to get more information or get nutrition education or health educations, about half of them indicating yes, and another quarter of them indicating maybe. It most probably depends on their availability and also their so-called activities that we are conducting, which are very common in the community. But another 1/3 of them are not interested in this nutrition and health education. So they may thought that they have already gained a lot of information through the internet, through the media itself. Okay, so all these actually bring us to opportunities and also the challenges. Indeed, while waiting for the vaccines on this COVID-19, and there are a lot more uncertainties, WHO has recommended the practice of healthy eating daily, or to build out our nutritional resilience, is one of the effective methods to strengthen the immunity or to fight the COVID-19 from infecting our body. So with that actually increased the demands of the nutrition and health informations. People in terms of their awareness and also the knowledge are increasing. We can see from the changes of what they have done over the MCO period. And there are a lot of them are using all the social media platform because of the COVID-19 lockdown. Okay, we can't really go out. We can only rely on the digital platform. But this brings us to many more challenges. There are pros and cons. So when they have more demands on the nutrition information, misinformations or a lot of mythos or myth regarding the nutrition came out, okay? And there are groups of individuals have limited access to the internet or network, especially for those low-income group and rural area. And of course, food insecurity happened, the panic buying that I showed you all just now, okay? So from the Global Nutrition Report, it's also highlighted that COVID-19 does not really treat us equally. Okay, those unnourished people or those who are at risk in terms of the COVID-19 or the chronic diseases, particularly those who were poor, okay, low socioeconomic status group, or specifically to the women and children living in fragile or even the elderly. These are the groups that actually are more at risk of the COVID-19 and chronic diseases, but they are the groups that actually having less access to all this valid nutrition information. Okay, so these are some platforms that WHO have and also Malaysia's in terms of to counter with all the mythos and the myth in terms of the nutrition and food safety. Okay, and then during the MCO periods, our nutrition division in the Ministry of Health was very active in the Facebook, because Facebook social media was one of the most common platform that people access during the MCO time. These are one of the examples. That's why these Pinggan Sehat Malaysia, Malaysian Healthy Plates are very popular. It's keep emphasized during the MCO as well as the exercise. Okay, and this is from our Nutrition Society of Malaysia. We have our website and we have a lot of recipe books. People are looking for healthy recipes because they cook at home. But anyhow, we found out that website is not that popular and people don't go to specific website. So during the MCO itself, we actually moved our Nutrition Roadshows 2.0 to Facebook as well as Instagram. So we, besides doing the community outreach roadshows in the physical program, we actually doing online activities. And From MCO time until now, we have already reaching like 1,000 followers, and there are a lot of interesting informations that people are following. So they're really looking for all these informations. Okay. Another things that I would like to share with all of you here is like when we want to run nutrition education and health promotion during this COVID-19 pandemic or the outbreak, there are communication models that we can follow from the WHO. This is what they call it as COMBI, Communication for Behavioral Impact. Okay, so this is a toolkit for 7-step approach, whereby it helps us to develop several and many channels of the communications to reach the community settings. Okay, so with that, I summarize in terms of this sharing. Okay, COVID-19 lockdown, specifically MCO in Malaysian setting, imposed nutrition and lifestyle changes. Particularly, they actually moved towards somewhere healthier, okay, in terms of the eating pattern, their body weight and body weight status, and even they perceive their health status are better compared to those unhealthy. But anyhow, in terms of physical activity, they are more actually indicating that they were less active compared to those who were more active. And then another study highlighting in terms of Naja and Hamede in this year publication, they highlighted in terms of the uncertainties of this COVID-19 and the significant influences. It is not just by individual or the community level, but it's actually go to ecological model, individual, community, the government, as well as the global. And they come up with a multi-level framework for the action, and they come up with some recommendations as well. So you can read further from that paper itself. With that, I thanks everyone for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Chen, for addressing this insightful topic. We feel very privileged that you presenting this research on this panel and fresh from the oven. So we learned from this research that many Malaysians consume home-cooked food during movement control order. And for the overweight group, they succeeded to lower their body weight to normal weight. I want to, but unfortunately, that never happened to me. And also indicated that Malaysians have raised their awareness about the health lifestyle. That's because the combi program that you've released, and also not only the good one, but it comes also with challenges like the awareness of the healthy lifestyle, maybe not all applied about it, and there's misinformation about the nutrition and less physical activities, and also limited internet access. So dear distinguished participants, I know you may have questions related to this topic. I know I want to reduce my weight also. So please submit your question through the link provided on the chat box below. Okay, move on. Another outstanding panelist, and she is an expert in nursing and disaster management. To name a few of her expertise, she has many expertise under her belt. Dr. Desa Nyoman Siti. Dr. Siti graduated from Management of Science University Malaysia PhD program in patient safety. Formerly, she was the Dean of Faculty of Science, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. She is a retired police nurse, served in Police Hospital Jakarta. Now, she is a speaker, sharing her knowledge and wisdom at various seminars, workshops, and trainings. Yes, another extraordinary. In this panel, Dr. Siti will addressing on education model for increasing community awareness to behavioral change on new normal pandemic COVID-19 era. Without further delay, please welcome our outstanding panelist, Dr. Desa Nyoman Siti. Dr. Siti, the time is yours.
Thank you, Miss Rizky. It's my honor to be here.
I'm your fans.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah. First of all, let me thank you for committee and the Honorable Dean of Health Science Faculty, distinguished guests, all participants on this webinar today. Thank you. Let me share my topic. Share by committee. Yes. Yeah, thank you. This time I will present my topic, education model for increasing community awareness to behavior change on new normal pandemic COVID era. This topic, it's now is the issue of all the world. As we know that since WHO announced that COVID-19 was an official pandemic, it is a problem for all the world. My government, maybe the government, try to get some policy to strategy to face the COVID. The COVID with faster spreading and unknown transmitting vector. We know that COVID-19 spread to Indonesia starting on early March 2020, detecting from country transmitting. We know that it's clear for us facing the dangerous public health crisis of the time right now. Yeah, the next. Yeah, it is about my thinking how to face the COVID-19. As we know that the COVID is a problem for all the world. It is a new experience for all. No evidence-based practice. We know that COVID-19 is the rapid spread. And we are in the health science faculty. What should we do? Yeah, to achieve, especially for student competencies. And on the same time, we are on the matra subject for student. And how to achieve the student competencies. Yeah, I think it's not about right or wrong, but we must dare to try. About fall and rose, maybe about not about success or fail, but learn and do the best for face the COVID-19. Yeah, it is the contribute from faculty to the community. I think community awareness behavior is the key of the COVID-19. It's grow up or it's flattening. Yeah, next. Yeah, and the fact we know that COVID-19 is the serious disease. Yeah, as we know, this is the phase where the repatriation of Indonesian citizens from Wuhan in early of March 2020. Next. Yeah. We know that the mortality rate of the COVID, yeah, 10 to 15% of health outcomes such as the mortality are influenced by medical care. But behind of that, 10% of the top income have been able to social distancing at faster rate than those the lowest 10% income with significantly impact of exposure. The most predicted by environmental factors such as access to income, education, food, and housing. We know that people with experiencing homelessness multi-generation families that living together are not able to social distancing. So that is the high risk to contacting COVID-19. We know the Indonesian people, most of that. The other research show that racial discrimination and systematically oppression have a negative impact on the health. That is the lesson learned from Wuhan country. Next. Yeah, we know that the current situation in global level, the confirmed cases is grow up, and in Indonesian is also the same. Yeah. Maybe in Indonesia. Next slide. Yeah. Now we show that the Indonesian data that the confirmed cases Indonesia increase. The data is 240, maybe right now is more than 2040. The died is 9,448 people. Right now, maybe the number is increased. Yeah. Next. So we know that also the health worker, it's also as contacting the pandemic COVID. Some of the health worker are died because of the pandemic COVID all over the world and also in Indonesia. Next. Yes. Now as in Indonesia, it's about 115 doctor become died because of the COVID-19. Also the nurse, it's about maybe about 80% are died about cause of the COVID-19. Yeah. Next. So what should we do? We should collaboration with all people to change the behavior. Yes, next. Next. Yeah, we know that COVID-19 changed all the behavior. Yeah, maybe the speaker before talk about this behavior, this research about that. Yeah. We know that the COVID-19 changed the behavior, changed to work from home, have the negative impact, and change of the economic, maybe become a negative impact of economy and of the healthy behavior. Yeah. So we should compliance the protocol where we should go to school, write the activities, and then in public area or in market or in school, yeah, where the health protocol should be compliance. Next. This one is a new normal era where we should use face mask, we should hand hygiene, we should social distancing. But if we show the picture, it's maybe it's no social distancing. Next. This one is also no social distancing, where the people first taking the bodies from hospital, yeah, to buried by the family or by the community. We know maybe unawareness and lack of protocol compliance. So they feel that's the no COVID at all. Next. Yeah. To inform the community about COVID, we have the concept of education model. Next. This one is the logic strategic education model. We learn from CDC, US. This concept is a comprehensive concept which the government, organization, and individual work together, collaboration to face the COVID-19. Maybe this one. Yes, the implementation of the strategy is come from individual how to should do to face the COVID-19, then the community action what they should do, then the environment and action what should we do, what should they do also to reduce the COVID exposure, then the reduce transmission and reduce the burden of healthcare system. The final result hope that the minimize COVID-19 morbidity and associate with the mortality. The last is how to increase the socially, emotionally, and economically. Next. This one is the overview of the logic model. That logic model is the comprehensive model present from US community mitigation strategy for COVID-19 at the high level and recognize that many different stakeholders are working on the specific element of this strategy. They are working together. The role of the government, organization, and individual support and promote community mitigation strategy across the multiple setting and sector while paying special attention for disproportionate affected population. Next. The community mitigation strategy is layering, strategic across setting and sector where people live, work, learn, and get to provide the greater safeguard to reduce transmission. Maybe as all of the world, this program to prevent COVID-19 exposure. The strategy may be strengthened and focused on relaxing based on the local context. This one is the strategy according to local wisdom. Through the individual, community, and the environment action, community mitigation strategy are implemented that promote behavior that prevents spread. It is appropriate for what we should do, what we should contribute from faculty to the community to prevent COVID-19 exposure. Maintain healthy operation and prepare for when someone gets sick. Next. The other side are designed for the produce outcome that reduce exposure among individuals, reduce transmission, reduce burden on healthcare system, and enhance access the testing and contacting tracing with the long-term goals of minimizing COVID-19 morbidity and associated with mortality. This one is the hope of the strategy. Next. This strategy have the monitoring and evaluation for the logic model by monitoring the promote of the community mitigation by concern of the issue of recommendation, make policy, share information, commit to change, and provide other support if needed. For across setting and sector, start from whom, how, all of the people from the family what this should do, everyone in themselves and in the family. The education institution also, children center and dedication at all. Next. Next. Yes. The lesson learned from Thailand. Yeah. Thailand has gone through the first wave COVID-19. The number of cases gradually increased, but by July 2020, the CGC showed that Thailand is the ranked #1 in COVID-19 recovery index. Yeah, the country experience with COVID-19 response has drawn at least 5 lessons learned for other countries. We learn from that. Next. Yes, this is the 5 lessons learned from Thailand. The first one is investing facilities is the key concept for hospital and other health setting. Second is universal coverage. The third is contribution of more than 1 million village health volunteer. This one is maybe we can learn from the country. For its taking early action, and the last is expert provide essential information to public and repeatedly motivate healthy behavior. This one is also done by all over the world, and also we are in Indonesia. Next. The contribution of more than 1 million village health volunteers are, these volunteers have worked to complement with primary health care services with the community level. Maybe we are in Indonesia, also the nurse also implement the what is volunteer like that. Then they have conducted door-to-door visit for health education, active case finding, disease surveillance, quarantine, and even made clothes made for people. Maybe in Indonesia it's the same. Yeah, they have left no stone unturned in the quest of control COVID-19. Yes, this is maybe the same with Indonesia. Next. Nah, community-based intervention model from Wuhan. Yeah, this one is they have the model implemented for. One is they use the Yeah, they have the model where the social worker from Wuhan University create the community-based intervention model that differently handle the case based from the patient high risk at resident shelter or quarantine contact with the patient COVID-19 patient. The model collaborated by interdisciplinary team of social worker, community worker, medical worker, and volunteer. What should they do? They use telehealth intervention to provide health education, online screening, and coordination. The second, provide emotional support to community. And the third, social worker assess to minimize human contact. Yes. Next. Next. Yes. This is the implementation in Indonesia. Yeah. How we implement in Indonesia about the model. Yes, next. In Indonesia government, where the task force of disaster have the program for disaster management, its name the pentahelix. The role of pentahelix is multidiscipline sector to work together, collaborated to handle the disaster right now is COVID-19. First are government. Government as the regulator, the government policy as social distancing, and now as law enforcement, prefer vaccine, and any kind strategic of policy from the government. First is civil society, community, where the community should be support the government to face disaster right now as the COVID-19 outbreak. Then the third is private sector or business support the government to provide supporting such as the facilities for health worker. The fourth is academia. Academia, we are here in this sector. I hope the academia, we are in the education center to conducting scientific studies or recommendation in disaster risk reduction. We know that all of the action can be informed the community by media. Media is have important role to provide information, education, and motivation to community, prompted the strong public health measure and champion for health protocol. We know that the pentahelix consists of government, society, private sector, academia, and media. Next. Yes. The task force objective right now is the last revision of the objective to fighting the COVID-19. Its objective target in the task force are first, protect the vulnerable people, flattening the curve, increase testing and tracing, vaccination, available reagent, massive socialization, and change behavior. Yeah, the last is interoperability data. Next. We have the responsible to change behavior. The role of health science faculty is we are conducted the community assessment collaboration with nurse and public health student to design all the student with matra subject. Yeah, we know how to achieve the competencies where the matra subject is focused on the disaster, and now disaster COVID-19 is an outbreak where the non-natural disaster. So we collaborated with a student to rapid assessment of the community. Yeah. Where is community? The community where they stay around they live. Second is rapid assessment, knowledge and attitude about COVID-19. Third is mitigation for COVID-19 preparedness. And the fourth is provide information, education, and communication about COVID-19. Next. The purpose of the assessment are first, identify perception of the community about COVID-19. The second is identify community awareness to health protocol. Third is identify community behavior. What we objective? The objective is identify the community behavior. Next. 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 Yes. The result of the assessment is the assessment conducted on March to the end of April 2020. All of the students with matra subject and nurse and public health student, they assess in the Jabodetabek, Central Java, and West Java. The results are lack of information about COVID, lack of awareness to prevent COVID, lack of compliance to health protocol, such as inconsistent to hand washing, wear face mask, also is inconsistent. Then a lot of people no physical distancing at all. Yeah, the physical distancing is the main problem. A lot of people consider that physical distancing is unimportant. Shake hand as a part of the culture. Then some of them believe that COVID-19 is conspiration. COVID-19 is hoax. COVID-19 is not the serious disease. This one is the community perception, like that. Yeah, we should. Oh, very amazing that some of the community, some of people have a perception like that. Yeah. Next. Next, yes. This one we try to how to educate the community. Next. The implementation of the education done by online and offline because of lockdown. First, the student delivery the information to family and community about COVID. Each student have mandatory to assess 15 families. Yeah, maybe the respondent is more than 15 family. Then they should inform, they should educate minimum the 15 family with all the family members. Second, demonstrates to hand washing, demonstrate to how to use face mask properly. Then the important education is create reminder message to community leader by WA group to use face mask, hand washing, social distancing every day out from home, every time with some reminder put in the mosque, some reminder put in community leader and the family. Then student also educate about resilient isolation. Then collaboration with the COVID task force to or community leader in the village, yeah, for monitoring the community compliance to use the health protocol. Next. Yes, this one is type of the media to use educate the community. First, they create the WhatsApp group to inform information about COVID-19, some information or many kind of information about COVID-19. The first, student create the conference with some of people or some of community or some of the respondent where they use Google Meet or use Zoom meeting. If the community can use the Zoom meeting or the Google Meet. The other media are they use poster or infographic online, flyers, or video education. Yeah, some of students create the video and deliver to family, group WhatsApp, or the community leader. Then, if the family or the community cannot use the digital media, the student go to door the family to educate, to demonstrate, to give provide information, to provide poster, and they ensure that the family or the vulnerable people understand what they inform. Then the fifth accompaniment. In Indonesia pendampingan. Accompaniment provide for the vulnerable people, for some family inform to the community leader, to monitor, to a reminder, yeah, they should use mask, hand washing, social distancing, then disinfection for all the facilities in their home. The last is empowering. Empowering for the community leader, for volunteer in the village, yeah, or some people that should participate or contributing in this village. Next. This one is the sample. The student have many video, many kind of flyers, many kind of what is it? Individual video, PPT. Maybe we can try to. This one is video. Can you should turn on this video? This is how the student teach community to hand washing. Yeah, this one is a video. Can you turn on? Oh, we cannot. Yeah. Okay, next. Okay, next. Yeah. Yeah. The evaluation of our education is based on the result of the assessment, based online or offline intervention, accompaniment for those vulnerable community, showing the increased awareness and change behavior, indicated by first, a lot of people in community report by WA group that they use face mask and give the photo screenshot. They wearing mask and then they hand washing. The second, need to take care of them and always reminder to compliance the health protocol. The third, it's effective to use reminder message to increase awareness. Fourth, accompaniment family, community by chatting or WA group, yeah, to take care of them. It's needed from the community. The last, by empowering the community leader, it is effective to monitoring people compliance. It is the way to change behavior of the community, because the behavior cannot change in the time, but need to continue and sustain every time. Next.
Excuse me, Dr. Siti, you have 3 minutes left.
Yes, this is the conclusion. Yeah, COVID-19 has demonstrated the importance of the health security preparedness and timely respond to mitigate the pandemic impact. First, by the fall and role of government to fighting COVID-19 with several strategies to try, but trend of the confirmed cases is still increased. Because of that, need collaboration and awareness of people in community to change their behavior. Need accompaniment by social worker, university volunteer, or empowering the community leader to take care of the neighbor or of the community. We hope all of contribution of the people can flattening the curve of the COVID-19. Next. Yes. Need the people resilient. The last is how we can self-care to face the COVID-19 outbreak. Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Ms. Rizky, it's time. I back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Desa Nyoman Siti, for addressing this insightful topic. From Dr. Siti presentation, we learned that the need of health security, preparedness, and timely response to mitigate the pandemic's impact with collaboration, advocacy, health literacy, and community empowerment. Dear esteemed participants, I know you may have questions already, so let's move along to our most anticipated session, the last but not least, the Q&A. Now I already have lists of your questions, so I'm sure that our outstanding panelists will be delighted to address your questions. Okay, the first questions comes from Dr. Trise. Dr. Trise Setianingsih from Institute Medica, Dr. Gigi Suherman, the question directed to Nurse Wiwin Winati. The question is, how your effort to control the quality of online learning, especially for practicum activities? So, Nurse Wiwin, this question for you. And next question directed to Prof. Chen from Faradina Bahtiar from UPNVJ, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. She asked that what we should do as a health practitioners and also government to maintain this community good behavior towards nutrition and healthy lifestyle after COVID-19 disappeared. So these questions for you, Professor Chen. And the next questions from Fajri Eka Tiasari, directed to Dr. Desak Nyoman Siti. The question is, if the pandemic doesn't end, then what should people do? Okay, so this is your questions. Please, Nurse Wiwin, to address these first questions.
Okay, thank you for the question. Actually, this is very tough questions. Honestly, in this situation, we still have to try many evaluation program. In this situation, especially to handle how we maintain quality of the laboratory activities that we couldn't do directly in our laboratory. So we create a several plan actually today. Some program is already done by the evaluation to the teacher about the what video or what the demonstration of video they deliver to the student, and how the student react into the demonstration delivered from the teacher to the student. But because this is the evaluation supposed to be the psychomotor skill, so we prepare also to invite or to ask the faculty to allow us to do the laboratory activity in the late November or December. So we are expecting that a government already allows some of the students to come to the university, because we believe that this skill cannot delivered only by virtual learning. So some protocol we provide already, and then we prepare also the strict protocol to prevent the spread of the infection when our student will come in this late November or in the December, expecting this coming December. um, Especially we focus on those who will come to the clinical setting next year. Hopefully this pandemic already ends, so our student will can start again their rotation in the hospital. But so far, that a kind of evaluation we can do. And then also we still collaborate with other institution, and also coming this what we call it, a program from the Commandicboot for the all state university about how we can evaluate or how we can create the best or suitable program to change or to adapt to this obstacle for a laboratory activity. I hope this can answer, but I believe all of a nursing school still prepare how to evaluate and how to achieve this real competency our student must get from the lack of the laboratory activity or this clinical activity that we cannot do in this situation. I think that's only I can answer for this question. Hopefully it can answer your question.
Okay, thank you, Nurse Wewin, for addressing this question. I know this is tough, and I know all over, not only in Indonesia, all over the world, the lecturer, the trainers facing the same problem, and also the student quite worried about this. And I know we are facing this, but I believe will be our new, not only the new normal, but the new norm for the next agenda, health educational agenda. Okay, thank you, Nurse Lewin. Next, we move on to the next question directed for Professor Chin. Professor Chin, please.
Okay, so the questions was about post-COVID-19 in terms of how we can actually continue to educate the community in terms of good nutrition. So I would say the efforts actually have to be continuous in terms of the nutrition educations, because it cannot be just focusing on COVID-19. In terms of good nutrition, it is actually lifelong, whereby it is able to prevent a lot of diseases, not just the COVID-19, many more, especially the chronic diseases like diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular diseases, and all that. In terms of the continuous educations, and also to let the public know about nutrition is not just about COVID-19. We need to keep emphasizing that having a good nutrition, it is not just helping you on COVID-19, but also to your overall health, highlighting in terms of the advantages or the benefits that they can gain in terms of the good nutrition. And one challenges I would say is like the community in terms of the awareness that we can't really reach much in terms of the limitations like the rural area, the low socioeconomic status. So there are more efforts that we have to work on that, because in their perceptions, nutrition can be very expensive and is only available for certain economic status group. So that would be the things that I think healthcare professionals, we play a very important role. I like the idea in terms of the volunteers go into the village one by one, door by door, that approach. I think we need to really work on that to reach out more people, especially the marginalized group. I hope I answered on that.
Thank you, Professor Chin. Yes, it is. In terms of health promotion, all the effort like combi, also like door-to-door practice, it's also applied here in Indonesia by our midwife and also health practitioner from the community health center. Yes, and it's also showed development and also increase in awareness. Thank you for addressing this question. Move along to the next question directed to Dr. Siti from Fajri Eka. The question is, if the pandemic doesn't end, then what should people do? Please, Dr. Siti.
Thank you, Fabri, for the a good question. Yeah, if the pandemic is not the end, what should we do? The first keyword is compliance the health protocol. The second, if we are the health provider, we should become a role model for community and should to educate the community family sustainable. Then we should every time, every moment should inform the community to compliance the health protocol. And then if some of the people gather without social distancing, or if some community gather without social distancing, we should do menegur, we should take care of them. Yeah, ask them to compliant the social distancing. I think it is the now the new norm. If we want to activity and productively as a lifetime, then the last we wait the vaccine for COVID, but we don't know when we available the vaccine for all of people in Indonesia. I think so. Yeah, it is enough. My answer, Fajri.
Thank you, Dr. Siti, for addressing this question. Yes, for the vaccine, but we don't know when and when it's available. But now what we can do is still trying to comply with the health protocol and keep yourself and your surrounding safe. Like our minister said, like wear mask because your mask protecting me and my mask protecting yours. Okay, this is regrettably our Q&A session comes to an end. Thank you very much, Nurse Winati, Professor Chin, and Dr. Siti for this insightful talk. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participant, may I, as your moderator, thank you for your active participation in this panel session. On behalf of the conference community, we hope that you enjoyed the program. And may I end this panel session with a quote from our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He said, like, the best person is the one who benefits all human beings. So may us, the healthcare practitioners, could be the ones who benefits our community, our people, our nation during this pandemic situation. Wassalamualaikum, salam bela negara. I will give it back to the MC.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Madam Amalia and our speakers. In the second panel, Excellencies and distinguished scholars, this conference is co-hosted and organized by the Faculty of Health Science, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta, Stikes Yarsi Mataram, Universitas Esa Unggul, Institut Medika Dr. Gigi Suherman, Stikes Saint Carolus, Asosiasi Institusi Pendidikan Tinggi Kesehatan Masyarakat or ITKMI, National Chengkung University, Mahidol University, Central Queensland University Australia, and Asian and Pacific Alliance for Nursing Education or APNI. This event is sponsored by Kimia Farma and supported by Ikatan Ilmuwan Indonesia International. Excellencies and distinguished scholars, I would like to inform you that tomorrow there will be an announcement of the best oral presenters. Therefore, we expect you to attend this conference until the closing ceremony, which be held tomorrow afternoon. I would inform to all participants to fill in the second registration link. The link will be closed at 1 p.m. Now, we will have a break for about half an hour. After the break, oral presentation sessions will be conducted concurrently in separate rooms starting at 1 p.m. In these sessions, no less than 90 papers will be presented. All participants will be allocated to 4 different rooms regarding your interests. For each room, link can be seen on the screen. Conference participants are welcome to choose a room according to your interest. Thank you.